This meeting is being held electronically and members of the council are participating remotely pursuant to the council's electronic participation policy. Public access to the meeting is available on the local government access channel 8 for Comcast subscribers and on the city's YouTube channel online, and by telephone using the call-in numbers posted on the meeting agenda. Will the city clerk call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Here.
Councilmember Witkovich.
Here.
Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Councilmember Downing. Councilmember, oh, sorry.
She's up. Joyce, do you want to unmute?
Here. Councilmember Downing. Perfect. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Goff.
Here.
Councilmember Duran Mollica.
Here.
Councilmember Escobar.
Here.
Okay. We have a full agenda for our study session meeting tonight. I believe we have 7 different items, so it's going to be a good one. We're going to start with campaign finance regulations. So our city clerk Small will present this item, and Corey is available to provide input.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mayor Leidy, I don't know if you want to display the staff memo. There's no formal presentation. I'm not sure if it'll be helpful for council to see the process. If not, I can explain it and
yeah, it's okay.
From there. Okay. So the purpose of coming before our council tonight is twofold. First, there was a recent change in state law that requires complaints on alleged violations of campaign finance rules to be filed with the clerk of the municipality. Previously, complaints were filed with the Secretary of State's office. So the city of Northglenn needs to adopt a local process to handle those complaints. And since we're coming forward with a campaign finance matter, we thought it would be a good time to also talk about some items that were discussed last year where there wasn't a clear consensus at the time. So we wanted to revisit those items or see if council would like to revisit those items further and have additional discussion. So we can talk about those after we run through the complaint process, if that's okay. And I will jump into item number 1. These are numbered throughout the staff memo. So the first one is the campaign finance complaints. So staff has prepared a draft ordinance to create that local process that's currently needed. I'll just run through a summary of the ordinance. The actual draft ordinance is attached or provided as attachment 1. But there's also a kind of a schedule of how the process would work. And it's broken down into 5 different sections here. So the first point would be the filing of the complaint. And so complaints must be filed within 180 days of the violation, the alleged violation. The city clerk's office would provide the form for the complaint. And we've included a draft form as attachment 2, but I'll touch on that after we run through the whole process here. The complaints must contain specific information. So there are definite items that need to be included, and those include the name and contact information of the complainant, the name of the respondent. It must specify 1 or more violations of Article 28 of the Colorado Constitution, or the Fair Campaign Practices Act, or the Secretary of State's campaign finance rules. And I forgot to mention up front that the city of Northglenn currently utilizes the Fair Campaign Practices Act. So that's state law. You'll hear us refer to the FCPA probably very frequently, but that is that is what we're referring to there. Excuse me. The complaint must also provide facts sufficient to support a factual or legal basis for the alleged violations. Complaints cannot be submitted anonymously, And then once a complaint is received, the city clerk will notify the respondent upon receiving that complaint so that they're aware. Once the complaints are received, then the review piece happens. The city clerk conducts an initial review, and then the clerk must take one of 3 actions within 10 business days of receiving the complaint. So the first option would be to dismiss the complaint if it wasn't filed timely or if it lacks the required information. The second option would be to provide the respondent with an opportunity to cure the violations. And then the third option is to refer the complaint to a hearing officer if a factual finding or legal interpretation is required. So I would like to say that I don't want to say obviously, I hope it's obvious, but compliance is definitely our goal. So that would be, first and foremost, with a complaint process like this, we would definitely, allow adequate time for a respondent to cure those deficiencies, just because we're trying to obtain compliance that's most helpful for the voters so that they can see exactly where the funding is coming from or exactly who is their candidate for a council or how a particular issue committee is being funded. So curing violations and referring complaints to the hearing officer is the next section. If a complaint alleges a curable violation, the city clerk will notify the respondent and provide 10 days for the respondent to file an amendment to a report to cure those deficiencies. If the city clerk determines that the respondent has substantially complied, then the complaint can be dismissed. If the clerk determines that the respondent has not cured the violation, then that would trigger it being referred to that hearing officer. And if a complaint alleges a violation that is not able to be cured, then the complaint is also referred to the hearing officer without providing the opportunity for the violation to be cured. So something that would be new to the city of Northglenn is utilizing that hearing officer for the complaints. That hearing officer would have the ability to schedule hearings on those complaints, and they would need to do so within 30 days of the complaint being referred to the hearing officer. The hearing could be continued for 30 days, but the hearing must conclude within 60 days of that complaint being received. And then the hearing officer under the draft ordinance would be required to issue a written determination no later than 5 days after the hearing concludes. So we definitely want to be cognizant of the timing aspect regarding an election and voters, wanting information during the election cycle. So we want to keep that process moving as much as we can. And then the last section there is regarding penalties. The ordinance provides that the clerk or the hearing officer may impose penalties or sanctions for violations. And staff has prepared a draft penalty schedule, and that's included as attachment 3. And that schedule mirrors penalties established by the Secretary of State's rules and some penalties that are also included in the FCPA. So regarding if council has had an opportunity to look at the attachments, I'll just touch on attachments 2 and 3 really quickly. Attachment 2 is a copy of the draft campaign finance complaint form. So this form, if council chooses to adopt this local complaint process, this form would be made available on the city website so that individuals have easy access to the form. It would also be provided in the city clerk's office. We created the form to be as straightforward as possible. We've included some definitions to help folks who might want to file a complaint know, what the complainant's information is, what the respondent's information is. Under state law, any person who believes that a violation has occurred can file a complaint. So it's a pretty open process. And so the form is very straightforward. The individual filing the complaint needs to provide a description of the alleged violation. They must state all facts as specifically as possible. We also ask for the names, addresses, and contact information of potential witnesses if known. And then we also ask them to attach copies of evidence. And that could be, just as an example, copies of emails, letters, mailers, photos, flyers that they've seen supporting their alleged violation. So that's attachment 2. Attachment 3 is the draft penalty schedule. And I just want to note that you'll see different various fines included in that schedule. The fine amounts were not created specifically for the city of Northglenn. That information is all based on the penalties and sanctions set forth in state law and then in the Colorado or the Code of Colorado regulations, which are the Secretary of State's rules. So the formulas and the fine amounts are what the state currently uses for their complaint process. I do want to point out in the lower section of that schedule that there are items in addition to fines. We're not just seeking straight monetary compensation for a violation. We would also have the ability to order, I think before I called it, specific sanctions, but we can seek specific actions from the respondent. So I'm assuming one of the most common ones would be requiring a person to file the appropriate paperwork that is necessary. And that could be registering as a committee or registering as a candidate if they've failed to do that. Returning a donation of a prohibited contribution or disgorgement of the value of the improper conduct. And that disgorgement sounds like a leftover word from Halloween. I apologize, I should have changed that. That essentially means just to give up the value of something, to give that up. Then also filing or amending disclosure reports. And it could be other, specific performance or terms that may be warranted. There's also the allowance for considering mitigating or aggravating factors. So I want to point that out to council as well. We could also consider the nature and extent of the violation, the timing of the violation, including the proximity to the election, the ability of the individual to mitigate the violation or the effort that they've made or not made, evidence of an intentional act or pattern of practice of misconduct, the extent to which the harm caused by the violation or the value of the violation cannot be reasonably calculated, or any other aggravating or mitigating circumstances. And that is just to make sure that we're consistent and that we're taking everything into consideration to reach a just and equitable outcome for any violations that would be filed. So what staff is seeking is feedback from council. If you have feedback on the complaint form, feedback on the draft ordinance and the process that I ran through fairly quickly, or even feedback on the fine amounts, because this item is necessary. So we will want to bring an ordinance back to council at a future council meeting so that we can get this process set prior to the November 2021 election. And in my mind, as soon as possible, so that we can begin communicating the different process to those who are interested in running for council or who are interested in forming an issue committee to support or oppose a ballot question as well. So I don't know if council would like to provide that feedback on the first item now or after we run through all of the items.
Well, we can do them item by item. Councilmember Brown.
Sorry for the delay. I am wondering, is Corey the hearing officer?
Absolutely not.
Come on.
The hearing officer is going to likely be someone that is selected. There's a group out there that acts as hearing officers that are impartial. And just one thing I'd add to what Joanna said. The reason this is necessary is that there used to be an elaborate process at the state law level. So the Secretary of State's office had administrative law judges that would act as the hearing officer and had an entire process set forth. As of 2019, we are compelled to create that same process. So the idea is to have a disinterested hearing officer that is essentially enforcing whether it is the state law campaign finance regulations or if Northglenn ultimately decides to adopt additional regulation of its own. But this is someone who acts as if they were a judge. And because the potentially the target of the complaint could be one of the 9 of you, or it could be someone that's running for office against one of the 9 of you. Under no circumstance would someone from the city attorney's office be considered impartial.
Okay, thank you, Corey. I was just wondering who that would be. So would we have somebody on retainer, or would we just search for somebody when there was an issue?
We could do it either way. There are certainly a couple of people that have sort of created a small business out of being impartial hearing officers for municipal campaign finance complaints now that this issue is being delegated to the municipalities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Goff.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. My question is so the amounts that listed here in this chart, I think Joanna said were from the state. That's what the state is using. Now, do we have an option to change those amounts? So that's kind of what we're discussing tonight, possibly, or?
We could.
Yeah, go ahead, Joanna.
No, go ahead.
No, that's one of many items to discuss tonight, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, like so many times there's something from the state and we can be more strict, but not more lenient. And I wanted to know if that applied in this case.
As a home rule municipality, we can be either.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other comments about that one? Councilmember Malika?
So I just want to confirm, we're talking about item 1 right now, right? The campaign finance complaints. Okay, so we need to take action on this. Okay, great. I'm glad I'm seeing lots of head nods because I just want to be on the same page as everybody else. And so this process seems like it's appropriate, and I don't have any complaints or concerns about the campaign finance complaint process. So I feel comfortable with moving ahead with that, and then we'll take the other items as they come.
So are there pieces to item 1? Joanna, do you have all the information? I don't know if we take no comment to mean that what you have presented is acceptable.
We could, and then when staff brings that ordinance back on first reading, council will have another opportunity to see that, prior to the meeting in the council packet and to make comments, and that can be amended up until second reading. So there will be a couple more opportunities to fine tune that to make sure that we get that process, or if council feels that different types of fines would be more appropriate, we can also fine tune that before we bring that draft ordinance back to council if necessary.
Are there any other comments from council on item 1? No? Okay.
Wonderful. Alrighty. So now we get into the optional items. And these are the items that council discussed back in March of 2019. And at that time, there just really wasn't a clear consensus on whether council wanted to move forward with any of the items. But council did request that staff bring these items back for additional discussion at a later date. So that is what we're doing tonight. So the first item that was suggested by City Council previously is regarding local donation limits. And so the proposal from council was to create local donation limits for mayor and city council candidates, and the limit for the mayoral candidates would be higher since that position is elected at large. So currently there are no contribution limits for city council candidates or the mayor. And so the action that would be required would be to establish a dollar amount for that limitation. And that would be the amount that an individual or a committee could contribute to a candidate or an issue committee. So just a couple items on this topic. We provided a table that shows a sample of what other municipal contribution limits are. I do want to note we included, and a lot of this information is carried forward from the March 2019 discussion. So we've included some best practices or points for discussion for council to utilize if you would like. I'll just touch on a few regarding this specific item. So some often stated policy reasons for considering changes to impose contribution limits include preventing corruption or the appearance of corruption, and then encouraging broader participation and opening the process to more candidates by curbing the costs of campaigns. Some items to consider if council chooses to impose contribution limits. You want to keep in mind that whether the contribution limits will significantly restrict the amount of funding available for challengers to run competitive campaigns. And for example, whether the limits will allow a challenger to overcome the name recognition advantage enjoyed by an incumbent. And I also want to note, and this information is in the memo, that any contribution limits that City Council may choose to establish would not affect a candidate's right to spend an unlimited amount of their own money to advocate for their election to office. And so with that, I pulled some information from the last 4 City Council elections. And it's interesting. You know, the election in November of 2017 was unique to Northglenn. Typically, we see candidates who are called standalone candidates, which means they're self-funded. You know, some candidates decide not to spend any money in support of their election. And then some candidates choose to accept contributions and make those expenditures. And they create a candidate committee in order to do that. So to give council an idea, for instance, the total spending in the 2019 election was a little over $13,000. I'm going to jump to the election in 2015. The total amount of spending in that election was a little over $13,000 as well. And then in 2013, the total spending was just over $9,000. So where we saw a significant change was in November of 2017. That was an election for mayor and city council. We had 14 candidates. One candidate had no spending whatsoever. We had 7 candidates that were standalone candidates who self-funded their campaign. And then 6 candidates accepted contributions. But the total amount of spending in the 2017 election was a little over $63,000. So that was significantly higher than what we had seen prior to then. And it's tricky because I wish I knew. You never quite know the types of candidates that will run for local office. So you don't really know if they will be the type of candidates who determine that they don't want to spend anything, or that they will only spend their own money, or that they do intend to raise a lot of funds for their campaign and make significant expenditures as well. But I just wanted to throw that information out as far as the level of contributions and expenditures that we've seen the last 4 elections, just in case that helps council decide if there is a need to establish contribution limits. And then I'll be quiet and open it up for council discussion. And definitely, Corey, if you have anything to add to the items, please jump in.
So, Joanna, we have quite a few hands, but I had a quick question. So the difference between, so when you talked about the 2017, 2019 elections and the difference in cost, was there anything else that peaked? I don't know. That was an outlier. Was it that we had more candidates and so the average per candidate was similar? Or was it that we had certain candidates that had raised a lot of money? Were there, I guess I'm just wondering, is this an issue in our city or not? Like, did we have somebody who was like, oh yeah, I got 5,000 per person and went crazy?
Yeah, so, yep. I will say that I did some comparisons pulling 2017 out so that I could see, what the averages were for 2019, 2015, and 2013, and then how that changed when we included that activity from 2017. So I don't want to say typically, because I don't know that anything is typical when it comes to an election cycle, but for the elections in 2019, 2015, and 2013, those average for the standalone standalone candidates who self-fund their campaign, that averaged about $1,100 per candidate in spending. For the candidates that accepted contributions, it averaged about $2,100 per candidate. So when we include the activity in 2017, it's interesting because the standalone expenditures, which are those candidates who use their own money for their campaign, the average amount was about $1,300 per candidate. So not much more than without 2017. The total amount for the candidates who accepted contributions, and this is an average, was about $4,600. So that was double to be basic. So when you ask about the outlier, I would say that there were a few candidates who accepted significantly more than other candidates in the 2017 election. The activity that stood out the most to me was the contributions from a committee. And so that could be like a small donor committee, not an individual. And so the activity in the 2017 election, I don't have the total amount of contributions from a committee, just the largest contribution from a committee. And that was a $7,500 donation or contribution. So that was something new to Northglenn elections. And that's the piece.
7,500?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And so that's the piece that it's hard to,
okay.
Yeah, it's hard to forecast whether or not that will happen again. It's allowed, and I believe it happens in other municipalities. It was just new to Northglenn. And when you look at the largest contributions from an individual, those are pretty similar. In 2019, the largest contribution from an individual was about $800. In 2017, it was actually less. It was $500. In 2015, it was $900. And in 2013, it was $100. So it really just depends on the candidate and how they decide to handle their campaign.
Okay. I have Councilmember Goff, Councilmember Escobar, and then Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. I just was kind of a specific, hopefully simple question. And that is when you were talking about, no, I'm not going to be able to find it. The local donation limits. Could you just explain for me, like why is it saying local donation? Is this excluding somebody from Alaska or something? I mean, or is that just a technical thing?
So by local, we just mean Northglenn.
Okay. So it's for the local election then?
That's correct.
Yeah. I mean, with the exception of foreign contributions. So.
Right. Get that. Okay. That's all I wanted to know. I was just trying to clarify that. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Escobar.
Good morning. Thank you. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in here on. I favor staying the way we are, not having a limit on contributions. I think the 2017 election was unique in that the mayoral race was a an expensive because of two people particularly, and one of them that spent so much money wasn't even elected. So I don't think money is the issue. I mean, I can tell you the amount of flyers that I threw away through this election cycle, and I'm sure you all did too. I think most of the time, the electorate is pretty intelligent, and they cannot be swayed one way or the other. You speak or set your platform, and this is what I stand for, this is what I'll do, and that's it. I think that when you start trying to put limits, then I think you make everybody's job a little more difficult. So I just favored leaving it like it is. It's not a big deal. We haven't really had any outside influence except in 2017. But other than that, I mean, it's, and it's public record. I mean, anybody can go into the clerk's office and say, I want to see how much Joe Smith raised for his campaign, and it's public record. It's not a big deal. If you really want to know, it's there. I think we're going down a path that we need to avoid. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown.
Aye. The first thing I want to say is that I lived through the election of 2017. It was outrageous on so many levels. And Antonio is correct. The candidate that lost did have financing from various sources that were very confusing. Not really. Well, never mind. Anyhow, I am actually in favor of imposing contribution limitations based on the cities that are around us. Our surrounding cities all seem to do that. But I have a question for Joanna. I noticed that Westminster and Thornton are not on this list. Is that just because it's old news, or do they have limitations in place for their candidates?
I believe they were left off because they don't have limitations. I'm fairly certain that Thornton does not. Westminster, I would want to double check. When we initially created the table, we just sought out the municipalities that did have restrictions so that we could provide a sample of what those restrictions look like.
When I ran, you know me, you see my financial records, it was all out of pocket, and it was all, small amounts, right? And I think that by not limiting some of our contributions, we're making it impossible for our regular citizens. We're not Donald Trump and we're not Joe Biden. We're normal people here from the city of Northglenn, and we let some things get away from us in 2017 as far as the expenses that were put out there. And if that were to happen to the city of Northglenn again, or if that had happened to me when I was running, I wouldn't have been able to put out that kind of money. I really do admire people that can go outside the city and get money from committees and things like that. But we are a very small city, and I think that it's a complete disadvantage. I mean, everybody can go out and take a class on how to run an election, right? I get that. And I also get that it's your responsibility to be able to contribute or bring in money or do whatever you want. You can stand on a corner with a sign if you want. But I think that if there are not limitations, we run the risk of running into the same situation that we had in 2017 when there was a direct, it was a direct issue. I'm not going to go into details because I think those of us that are around for the 2017 election know what happened and felt it in our homes. But I am totally in favor of setting contribution limits from individual sources. I mean, it's not that you can't go get money from 50 million people, but I also don't think that you can get a union to back you and that has nothing to do in our town and run your campaign off of that. So I am in favor of being able to keep this at a level where the normal person out there in Northglenn can financially afford to run a campaign. So that is why I am for it. The thing that I would, suggest, I did receive several donations where they chose me, different newspapers and stuff like that. I did not accept any of them. Because I didn't feel like, I felt that if I was running, it was my responsibility. And that's just me running. That's not everybody running in the world. But I think that we need to make sure that, like, I won 4, each one was $250. I turned down all the money. So I think that we have to really watch, if we are going to impose a limit, we have to make sure that, the candidates can accept all the grant money that starts coming out from certain sources, newspapers, FOP, things like that. But I would like to see additional discussion and get, some of my counterparts' opinions on that. Yeah, I think my list of the 3 things that I had on this particular subject were directly related to 2017. Following the other communities around us. And that's why I lean towards limiting contributions. I know there are people that will strongly disagree with me, but we're Northglenn, we're not Adams County.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a really fascinating conversation to me. It's definitely different than the conversation we had last year around campaign finance contributions. I seem to remember there being a pretty significant sentiment from members of our council that we didn't have an issue in terms of the amount of money being spent in elections or issues with disclosures. And so I guess I'm kind of with Antonio on this one, and that I don't necessarily see the problem that we're trying to fix here around contributions. And I think, just for some additional context here, I think we have seen candidates that are able to self-fund at a level of their choosing. There's no limitations on the amount of money that somebody can give to themselves. So, if somebody if they wake up and they decide they want to run for council and they have $10,000 to spend, then that's $10,000 that's going to be put into the race. Whereas we may have another candidate who isn't financially able to drop $10,000 or isn't financially able to self-fund. But what they can do is call up their friends and their family and their neighbors who know them and trust them and believe in them, and ask them to support their campaign and fund themselves into office that way. And I think that we should always leave that lane open for folks so that we're providing a variety of different venues and pathways into office. So I guess, I'm not totally convinced that this is something we need to change. And frankly, the communities around us, with Westminster and Thornton not having any contribution limits, I just don't know that it's a problem we need.
Oh, I think you accidentally muted yourself at the tail end. But Mayor Pro Tem, can I ask you a question? Because my memory of this was that this was an issue that you brought forward to council when we started this discussion. Is that not true?
Yes. So I did bring it portions of this to council just because I didn't think we'd ever had the conversation. And from conversations with Joanna, I learned that if we were going to have to make any changes to the way that we administered campaign finance laws, that we would have to completely, that we would no longer be able to just work with the laws that were provided by the Secretary of State's office, and we'd have to establish our own local campaign laws, I believe. And I see Corey nodding his head, which tells me I'm probably on the right path. And so I figured if we were going to have this conversation, why not talk about it all? Why not talk about being able to use campaign funding to be able to provide childcare? Why not talk about, how how regularly we are looking at campaign finance reports as well as contributions. So it was more of a let's have the whole conversation as opposed to let's just talk about campaign finance limits.
Got it. Got it. I was just confused because I'm sort of with Antonio in the if we don't have an issue, I don't know why we need to go down this road and have this big long discussion about something that maybe is not a problem. So I'm sort of on the let's just leave it because it doesn't seem to be an issue. There are council members that want to speak for it, I'm guessing. Then we can figure out if we need to go down. It was me. Okay. Corey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm glad that council's having this discussion in the way you are, because I guess at the risk of short circuiting this, what Mayor Pro Tem Wilford said is correct, that if the city wants to adopt its own campaign finance regulations, it certainly can look at all of the items 2 through 6 and others, or incorporate essentially what's already in state law. But on the other hand, as to items 2 through 6, if it's not broken in council's mind, we don't need to fix it. The only thing that needs to be done is item number 1. So while council can certainly go through all of the items individually, if there's a consensus that it's not broken, at some level we can also short circuit the discussion if that's council's direction.
Councilmember Peterson.
Thanks very much, Mayor. You know, campaign finance has been an ongoing thing in the United States and statewide and locally for a long time. And the fundamental campaign contribution limits that started at the federal level happened under the Nixon administration after the abuses of Watergate. And it was an example of doing something after the fact that should have been done beforehand. I don't want us to be in that position. Like Mayor Pro Tem said, that a candidate can fund themselves into office just sounds, you know, just downright open to the highest bidder. And I care about our town. Antonio made some fantastic points, and I really agree with him. I really agree with him on principle. But I also think a modest campaign limit would really go a long way to show our residents a lot of the trust that we have in them and in small-scale democracy not being for sale at the highest bidder. I would favor a very modest $500 limit on individuals, and I think that's what we're talking about, right? Individuals as opposed to committees. I would favor a $500 limit. You know, I mean, and the points that the thing made is about the appearance of propriety, not just the appearance, but the reality of it, and allowing the little man, you know, to have the opportunity to run for office against the powers of the incumbency. And so I don't want us to be in a position where whoever has the highest bank account rolls in and makes the news because of the size of the checks they're writing. I think a $500 limit, it's progressive, it's democratic, it's humble, and I think it's a really, really good start that we could do as a city that shows that we're in line with our neighboring communities, and beyond that, basically doing the right thing for democracy. So I would favor a $500 limit on individual campaigns, contributions, excuse me. Thank you.
So I'm really not trying to be argumentative, but none of our neighbors, so a couple of people have made the point that our neighboring cities, we don't have any neighboring cities on this list. So I don't see Commerce City, I don't see Westminster, I don't see, we usually put Wheat Ridge on here because they're the same size. Arvada is probably the closest, but they're a completely different city in size and scope and council makeup. So I just find that to be an odd point, only because they're not on that list.
Well, and I would just, yeah, and that's a great point, Mayor, but I would follow up that, I mean, a city doesn't need to, share a border, in terms of a philosophy of doing the right thing. I mean, Denver's a completely different city and Boulder's completely different from Denver. And Arvada is more similar to us than the other two I just mentioned. It seems that we have an opportunity to do something with elections forthcoming that can be honest and on the up and up, and really, really create a level of certainty for our residents that we value the idea of one person, one vote, and not fund themselves into office.
So if that's the statement we're making, then that's the statement we need to make. I don't think we need to make it that our neighbors are doing it, because our neighbors aren't doing it. And those cities, whether they're right next to us or not, Lakewood is 5 times our size. So there's a lot of differences in that table. That table didn't help me get convinced that this is something we need to move forward with. If there's another philosophical reason we want to do it, I think that makes sense. However, I want to ask you, are you also recommending that we put a limitation on personal contributions?
I don't know. Is that up on the discussion, or is it just on individual limits? Because, and I don't know if that's the scale of the discussion we're talking about, because I would favor that is a cap on personal expenditures for a campaign, right? And the way that you can fund your own campaign, or you can get donations, or a confluence of both. And so if that's on the table, I'd certainly be worth exploring it. But what I'm learning right now, I'm looking at a $500 limit as something that would be very apropos.
Councilmember Malika?
Yeah, I guess my question is that would we be allowed to put a limit on personal contributions? I thought that that's not allowed.
That's correct. My recollection is, and I can certainly confirm if the law has changed, is that we cannot limit the amount you self-fund, only campaign contributions by others.
Okay. See, okay. I just wanted to clarify that point, because when Randall was speaking, I thought, I was like, oh, well, if we could put a contribution limit on personal funding, then that makes sense, right? That everybody across the board would have personal. But unfortunately, I feel like that's always kind of like the crux of this issue, is that somebody who has a lot of money could come in and self-fund their entire campaign and be completely fine. And then somebody who does need to fundraise, has to essentially make up the gap, right? Because they don't have it in the bank today. And I feel like that's always just the hardest issue about this conversation. So I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
So Councilmember Malika, do you have any other input or opinions on this matter? We should probably
on items 2 through 6 in general. I mean, I also kind of feel like we don't need the donation limits. If folks wanted to talk about the frequency of filing reports, I'd be open to looking at that. Looking at some of the other cities, there's definitely a lot more filing dates, which I think would be a benefit. And then item 5, paid for by, I think that's actually a good thing to add, because it gives people an idea of, where the money is coming from, or where, the funding for whatever that item is. If it's a mailer, right? If somebody's going to send a mailer on your behalf, if it's funded by who, what committee. And then number 6, I don't think is necessary given new state laws, right? That you're able to use use childcare, or use your funds for dependent care. So I don't think we need to talk about item 6. So that's where I was at with those. There's so many different issues in here. And so I was kind of waiting to see where some of my other council members were going to be at and which ones we wanted to tackle. But that's where those were my attention grabbers.
Okay. Councilmember Witkovich?
Thank you, Mayor. I might be a little confused. If we consider any of them, then we have to do all of them. Isn't that right?
Yes, although we can incorporate state law by reference on those that we don't want to change.
Okay.
So you are correct that once we open the door, it's going to be Northglenn's campaign finance regulations, but we can have Northglenn's campaign finance regulations mirror state law on those that we do not want to do something different.
I understand. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty much with the mayor and council members Escobel and Wilford. I don't think that it necessarily needs to be fixed. I was involved in the 2017 and the 2019 election. And, it was kind of all over the board where people spent a lot of money and they won, or, some people didn't hardly spend any and they won. So I just based on the data that Joanna has provided, it doesn't seem like there's an issue. It's kind of just been the same across the board, except for 2017, which was the anomaly. And, even that candidate in 2017 that run like $20,000 or whatever, that person didn't win. So the money doesn't always necessarily matter. So I don't think that I would be in favor of changing it up at this point.
Thank you. Councilmember Goff?
Thank you. So one of the things I just wanted to ask about is that requiring disclosures on all campaign materials. Well, the donors or people who contribute to your campaign have to be disclosed on your filing, and that's available as a public record for anyone to see. So most of these things, I guess I feel like, I've only did it once, but I feel like there isn't really a need to change it. And I understand Council Member Peterson's points. And if we were a bigger city or, we had problems, then I would be more inclined to really dig down and maybe make some changes. But we are, I like the idea of Northglenn being the town that, the kind of, city that we are, where a person could just finance their own campaign because we're not spending tens and tens of thousands of dollars on campaigns, to be on Northglenn City Council. And if someone wanted to spend their own money, they could actually afford to do it. And there are people who think that, maybe that's the way you should do it, if you put your money where your mouth is. But on the other hand, and I would say it was in my case as well, that I feel like it's more of a statement that you are sort of earning the right to be on the city council if you have people willing to donate their money to support you because they think you're going to do a good job. And so, there's both sides to that. But I think the way we have it right now, without any kind of, restrictions or rules or regulations, that allows for both sides of that coin or both types of campaigns to, succeed or not on their merit as the candidate. And as we've pointed out here, sometimes the most money does not win. And sometimes, people don't spend hardly any money at all or no money, and they are still able to be elected. So I'm in favor of not really making any of the changes. You're just following the new state laws.
Councilmember Downing, did you want to weigh in? I think we've heard from almost everyone else. I think she's frozen. I think everyone is having internet issues tonight. I wonder what some sort of solar flare has gone through our city. I don't know. Everyone's having issues. Well, I don't know that I'm hearing a consensus to make a ton of changes. I will just read it. Councilmember Downing says, I can't unmute, but I'm inclined to stay the way it is. So sounds like she's another. So I'm not hearing consensus to move forward with a bunch of changes. So Joanna, are you good with that? So we've got number one, you're going to bring us an ordinance on first reading with those details on the state. And then the items 2 through 6, we're just going to pass on.
Yep.
Okay.
And like Councilmember Duran Mullica said, item number 6, the state has taken care of with a recent state law. So dependent care, and in my mind, it includes both for children and for the elderly, will be an allowed campaign expenditure. So that one will be incorporated into the information that we provide to candidates in the future.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
Moving on to item B, digital billboard advertising for marijuana businesses. We have Debbie Tuttle, our Economic Development Director, is here to present. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to see you. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Tonight, we wanted to update you on a revised state regulations, which allows outdoor marijuana advertising, branding, and signage that went into effect this January. Just for a reminder, in June of 2014, City Council approved a license agreement with Mile High Outdoor Advertising for the billboard that's located over by Best Buy on I-25 and 104th Avenue. We created the DABS program, or the Digital Advertising Billboard Signage Program, to allow small businesses to advertise on the billboard at a very discounted rate. And it provides a small revenue to the general fund for the city. So the program, under the DABS program, it allows 6 of our Northglenn businesses monthly to advertise. It also allows us 2 public service announcements. So it might be on, for instance, right now we're doing COVID ads, or it might be a special event that City of Northglenn is doing. So those are the public service announcemements. As well as during COVID, I have to tell you that Mile High Outdoors has been a great corporate partner, always has been throughout the last 5 years. But they've allowed Adams County to also advertise up there for no cost at all on the COVID, as well as when we were doing the duck derby for the Rotary, they allowed signage for that. So they're a great corporate partner. According to our marijuana municipal code for advertising, it is allowed for marijuana under municipal code 181421, and that's for medical marijuana, and also under municipal code 181623 for retail marijuana. At the time when we established the program and also went under agreement with Mile High Outdoors, Mile High Outdoors and the state did not allow marijuana advertising on the billboards. And it's a CDOT sign, and that's where the technicality comes in. Now the state allows advertising on the billboard, which is talks about in attachment 1 and 3. And Mile High Outdoors has changed their restrictions on marijuana advertising and is now allowing a very limited amount, maybe 1 or 2 marijuana businesses to advertise on their private sector portion of the billboard. That's not on Northglenn side, that's on their side. So Mile High when that law changed, they went through and looked at all of their billboards that they have and made sure that the municipalities that did allow marijuana were evaluated to make sure there wasn't anything in the existing lease restrictions. So our agreement does not restrict that. And also that our Northglenn, it follows the Northglenn and state regulations. So for instance, 500 feet from schools and parks and churches, all of the state guidelines. So under the current DABS program, businesses are selected right now on a first come, first served basis. And it's been really successful the last 5 years. In fact, we have a waiting list for 2 to 3 months in advance for the 6 businesses to actually advertise on there. And as a reminder, they pay $450 to advertise up on the billboard. It's a normal retail cost of about $5,000 to $6,000. So you can see that it really does help our businesses. And again, it's first come, first serve, but we've never had any issues at this point. Staff is seeking council direction regarding any changes that are needed to the existing Northglenn DABS program to evaluate this. We've listed in the memorandum 3 potential options for your consideration. One is just to maintain the existing program, allow all businesses, again, on a first come, first serve basis. That does include marijuana businesses, all businesses, first come, first serve basis. Option 2 would be to change the eligibility criteria under the DABS program to limit one industry category monthly. And so what this is like one bank, one restaurant, one attorney, one clothing store, one marijuana store. And the reason why the option 2 is being under consideration is we wouldn't want to have a lot of marijuana companies all up there, or a lot of legal or attorneys up there 1 month, or a lot of banks up there the same month. We would want to have it equitable. And then the third one would be to change the agreement with Mile High and the municipal code to not allow any Northglenn marijuana businesses. So I'm going to let Corey chime in here to kind of go over that, and then we'll kind of go over the next piece.
I would just add one thing to what Debbie said. And the reason this is coming forward is that Northglenn's municipal code incorporates state law. And so in 2014, when we entered into the agreement with Mile High, state law was different. And under state law, we could not advertise marijuana. So the 2014 agreement with Mile High reflected that. Today, state law allows the advertising. So if we do nothing under our code, what would not have been allowed in 2014 under the Mile High agreement is allowed today. And so state law has changed. Our code hasn't. And so when Debbie is talking about the three options, option number 3 of actually changing the agreement would be an affirmative statement by the city of Northglenn that even though state law has changed to allow marijuana advertising, the city of Northglenn would prefer to continue to prohibit it. And so I want to make sure that that is clear, because doing nothing would mean that we could do option 1 or option 2 without amending our municipal code, but simply because state law has changed. And I hope that's clear.
Any questions from council?
I do have Steve Richards from Mile High Outdoor on the phone. If council has any specific questions about the Mile High program or anything with the new state law that they've incorporated.
Anybody want to weigh in? Councilmember Goff?
Oh, yeah, I guess I just had a quick question, which was if we maintain the existing program, I mean, it's been going. You said something about on one side of the sign, the Mile High side of the sign or whatever, they're letting marijuana businesses. I don't get their side of the sign. Is it a physical side, or it's just like their portion of the contract? What does that mean?
Well, so let's back up just a minute. So our 6 businesses are advertised on both sides of the sign, the north and the south side all the time. And they get to choose. And again, it's on first come, first basis. Sometimes our businesses want to be on the north side. Sometimes they want to be on the south side. We get 6 slots. Mile High is a private company, and it sells advertisements to lots of other companies. So they're allowing a 2 slot on one side and one on the other side for marijuana companies on the private sector side to advertise at the market rate.
Well, that sounds to me like limiting categories might be helpful, just because that they're already getting or having that opening. You know, it could be conceivably, it could happen where we'd have all marijuana businesses on the signs, and then that kind of gives the impression that that's what we're all about. So I mean, I guess,
or worse yet, all attorneys.
So I think I'm favoring the option 2.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford, and then Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Debbie, I have more of a logistical question for you. So I know with option 1, we've always done a first come, first serve, and you've built up a list of different businesses that want the advertising. Have you thought about what your process might look like if we switch to option 2? Would you still honor the place that our businesses are in terms of what that list is? Or does it complicate things for you?
Well, it does. in a couple of ways. Not that we can't make it work by any means. So we went back through the last 5 years, and there's only been a few cases where there was a duplicate, for instance, of 2 attorneys on there for the month. So it generally doesn't happen. It usually filters its way through automatically. A lot of times people want to be advertising in certain months. For instance, retailers love Christmas time, right? They want to be up there in November and December. Whereas, a bank might want to be there, and they're running a special. Horizon North Credit Union, if it had been up to them, which they're not here now, but they would have been up every single month. And they wanted, if there was a month that had an open slot, they wanted in there. So that's where the complication could come in, is if for some reason there was a month that we didn't have all 6 slots filled, that we would need to go out and find another business that didn't fit into one of those other categories. Where right now, if for some reason it's not filled, we have a standing list of companies that want to be up there every single month that they possibly can. We do have a criteria that all new businesses have first choice. So if it's a new business, it's never been on the billboard before, we give them preference. Because there's businesses, again, that would want to be up there every single month, every single time. They have more advertising budget. And we don't feel like that's fair to the small businesses that are just starting out and that really need the advertising and branding and exposure. So that is the one piece. I think we can make it work. The only problem I see is that we might have to pivot a little bit if there was a month that we didn't have any. But like I said, we're booked up through February. I see by just doing one, that does eliminate the fact that we would have more than one marijuana business up there in January or February, right? So there would be just one. So I think we can make number 2 work logistically.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback. I feel even more torn than I was before between option 1 and 2. So I'm interested in what the other council members have to say. Thanks, Debbie.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Brown.
I am actually in favor of limiting, like Councilmember Goff said, so that we have one-on-one. My concern is on those months where we can't get somebody extra. You know what I mean? Would we reach out to the next person in line to come up? But why wouldn't they already be there if we didn't have enough spots to fill?
Well, right now, again, they pick the months that they want to be up there, generally speaking. We do have a handful of companies that would be up there every single month. And if we had a hole in there, we would go to the next one. We try to equal it out right now. So if they advertised last month, we would probably go to the following, number 2 in the list that hasn't advertised for 4 months. So right now we have some flexibility, right? And we try to make it truly fair to all the businesses so that one business isn't monopolizing all of the time on there and allowing our small businesses. So right now we do have some flexibility. We try to make it fair for all of our businesses, especially our new businesses. And then if there is a slot open, then we look at how often has that bank advertised in the last 6 months. If they've advertised 5 months in a row, let's go to the next company that has only advertised 1 time in the last 12 months. So that's kind of right now how we're doing it. Again, we have some flexibility on it at this point.
Okay. I think that it's really important that we get them up there, give them the opportunity. And one of my reasons, just so that I can, share it or get it out, is that during this COVID season, their taxes have increased every month. They are carrying us right now. And it's, I agree with the state. It is time to start treating them like they are legitimate businesses. My only concern is just like Council Member Goff's, is that I don't want to go by and see a Be Good sign and a doc sign, and I don't know how to say that other one's name, that or something like that. We went to that ribbon cutting. I don't want to see it perforated that way. How I felt about political ads being up there, but I am totally in favor of limiting the number of marijuana stores that can advertise at any one time. So I am confused, going back to my notes to find out if that is option 1 or option 2.
We could amend option 1 to say it's all businesses allowed on a first come served basis without any of the criteria involved, and 1 marijuana business a month. We could make that as an option as well. So that number 2 is like 1 bank, 1 attorney, 1 clothing store, 1 marijuana company. But it may be that in option 1, it would be just all businesses on first come, first served basis. And if a marijuana company wants to advertise that month, 1 could do it. We could do that as well.
Corey, could we have any legal liability to limiting just that specific sector of business?
Because it is prohibited under federal law, the answer is no, there's no potential liability. But, you know, it does treat them differently than any other business in Northglenn. So multiple liquor stores under that scenario could advertise, but not multiple marijuana businesses.
Yeah, I want to, you know how I feel about this. I've been ranting and raving for years that they deserve to be treated like any other business we have in the city of Northglenn, and they have turned out to be a blessing for us with the tax money. So that's the end of my story.
Councilmember Peterson and then Councilmember Mullica.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't like picking favorite businesses with this. You know, it's been legal in Colorado for an awful long time. It's a part of our community. It's a part of every community around us for the most part. It just, and Corey's point too, it's like, you know, if the animus against the marijuana industry, even with the checks and balances, even with the regulations, doesn't apply to the liquor industry. And are we looking at, you know, what's you know, good or wholesome, or what has historically been okay and not okay? You know, I mean, Northglenn isn't known for marijuana. I mean, if you drive by down 104th, right, from Federal Heights, and you drive down 104th, and you would think Northglenn is the automobile industry, right, with all the car dealerships there on 104th, and I really just don't like this idea of self-selecting winners and losers and good industries and bad industries. I listened real carefully to what everybody said in the last discussion about the campaign finance stuff, and something that kind of stuck with me is, if it's not broke, why fix something that's not broke? And I see that same thing here. These are legitimate businesses. They provide great community service. They're making a lot of money and bringing in a lot of tax dollars. And I think option 1 is the best way of moving forward on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Malka?
Yeah, so I think we're completely overthinking this. And I think we should just go with option 1 because it makes sense.
Councilmember Witkovich?
Thanks, Mayor. I also agree with option 1. And I trust Debbie's team to keep it fair. I mean, I think I read in the packet there's only 6 marijuana businesses. I don't envision them all being up there at the same time, or, you know, even half of it. I think we've got this list of businesses that are paying to do it. They get up there, first come, first serve. But I trust Debbie's team to kind of keep it fair like they've been doing. So I'm definitely for option 1.
Councilmember Goff?
Thank you. After listening to all these viewpoints that everyone has put forward so clearly tonight, I'm going to change my mind and say option 1.
I think we have consensus on option 1, unless anyone else wants to jump in. Debbie, I was hoping you could clarify something. Councilmember Brown briefly mentioned it, but I've had residents reach out. Can you clarify who owns the sign, who manages the sign, and how are political ads allowed, and what do they cost, and is there a public record on who pays for them? Because I had some questions about some of the recent.
Sure, and if Steve Richard wants to join in, if he wants to call in, and Joanna, you can unmute him, that would be great. So first of all, Mile High owns a sign. We just have lease space in there, and it's in kind, more or less. We do pay a $450 administration fee to Mile High every month to get the graphics for our 6 companies up there and our 2 public service. We do not own the sign. They own the sign. They control all of the content of it. If we were to do an ad and we sent them an ad that didn't follow the criteria of what they allow, they would say, no, Debbie, you can't do that. So they do all the content. They put the digital sign advertising up there. Our companies, all they do is provide the graphic. We send the graphic for the ad to Mile High Sign. They get it up there. The business sends us $450 for that, and then each month, and then we deposit that in our general fund. Is how that works. So again, we don't own any of that. Is Steve Richard on the phone by any chance?
Here.
Okay, Steve, do you want to chime in on the political piece?
Sure. Can everybody hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So we, in terms of the political piece, if the property, if the lease, we have a ground lease wherever our signs are, including this one. We have a property owner that we have a long-term lease agreement with. If that lease document does not restrict us against political advertising, we are open to taking political advertising. And we looked at everything. We are completely bipartisan, and we basically, the only thing that we scrutinize on is the copy and trying to stay consistent with community standards. We don't take negative ads, in terms of negative things that aren't factual towards other candidates or other ballot measures or things like that. So does that answer your question, or do you have any follow-up questions about that side of things?
Well, I think that there is a concern, there is a misconception that the city owns the sign. And so I think it might be worth, Heather, putting that out somewhere, because there is some confusion, because we do advertise, they think it belongs to us. And then the question about that political ad came back on how could the city possibly do that.
Right.
I think we need to clarify that. And then also, is there public record on who paid for that particular ad? Is that something that your company chose to do, or did you sell that space to somebody else?
We are not obligated, at least under my understanding, to publish any of those types of records. We're a privately held company, and we've never published them before.
That makes perfect sense. We just had questions like, where
of course,
did that come from, and how dare you, as if I put it up there, but the misunderstanding is that they think the city owns the sign. So
yeah, and I can see that, and I can see where that would put you guys in an uncomfortable or compromising position. And if there's anything that we can do to help on that side of things, just please let me know.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, a thought would be is one, we could change, put a thing in the guidelines that kind of talks about that. So when anybody goes to our program guidelines, that they will see how that is structured, as well as we could do something in the connection, talk about how successful the program has been over the last 5 years and explain that they own the sign, they lease the ground, the city only gets 8 spots, and we could do that, and that might help.
Mm-hmm. I think it would, because the average resident driving by isn't going to look at the agreement to find that information. They're going to want, they just kind of see it and go, how did Northglenn do that?
Right.
Yeah.
I'd be more than happy to put something in place to do some more education on that sign.
I think that would help. Okay. I think that was all I had. Did anybody else want to weigh in on the digital sign? I think we're going with option 1. Joyce also was for option 1.
Well, staff recommended option 1, so we're pleased.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back with City Clerk Small for marijuana delivery, industrial hemp products, and marijuana business location restrictions. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me back. So I'm going to touch on the marijuana delivery piece, and then Corey will take the industrial hemp products, and then I'll wrap up with the business location restrictions. So regarding marijuana delivery, I'm sure council will remember that we had a discussion in 2019 again, where we received input from all of the city's marijuana licensees, and then several representatives from the businesses attended a study session so that they could also provide input in person to council at that time. After that meeting, there was no clear consensus about whether council wished to allow marijuana delivery or whether they wanted to prohibit marijuana delivery at that time. The issue was brought back up again this year in March, and I believe that was responsive to the COVID-19 pandemic and a request that was received. And again, at that time, council decided not to proceed with allowing marijuana delivery. Staff has since received another request for the city to revisit the matter again. So we wanted to present information once again for council to determine whether you want to proceed with considering whether marijuana delivery should be allowed in Northglenn. And so staff reached out to the city's licensees, and I want to thank all of them. Like Councilmember Witkovich mentioned earlier, we have 6 marijuana licensees currently in Northglenn. They're all very responsive, so they all provided written input regarding whether they would be in favor of marijuana delivery or not. So I don't know if you'd like to, I don't know if council had an opportunity to review their survey responses, or if you want me to give a Cliff's Notes version really quick. To go through there, I can give you a little bit of history about what other cities are doing and why this is timely right now. The way that the state law was enacted, it was enacted, for lack of a better word, just in 2 phases. And that was to allow the delivery of medical marijuana beginning in January of 2020. And then they allowed the permitting for retail marijuana delivery beginning in January of 2021. The city's licensees are made up of different types of license holders. So we have 3 licensees who are dual licensed. They hold both the medical and the retail marijuana licenses. And then 3 of the companies who only hold a retail marijuana license. But since both medical and retail marijuana delivery will be allowed by the state beginning in January of 2021, staff also thought it might be timely for council to revisit the item right now. So quickly, staff is aware of 3 other municipalities that have approved marijuana delivery to date, those being Boulder, Superior, and Longmont. Longmont just recently adopted an ordinance regarding delivery, so I don't believe that they are operating at all or even accepting applications at this point. Superior approved marijuana delivery, but they're a bit unique. They don't license or regulate marijuana businesses within the town's boundaries, so that's a little different. And then Boulder, they started permitting marijuana delivery in March of this year. And according to the state's information, which is wonderful because they will tell you exactly who's licensed, they have 5 businesses right now, 5 medical marijuana businesses right now who have obtained delivery permits. Aurora is currently considering the issue. They've had several meetings where their city council has discussed the matter. And they also have what they call their Amendment 64 committee. And so that committee is currently undertaking more review of the issue. And it's anticipated that their city council will consider an ordinance regarding marijuana delivery in November or December of this year. Let's see if I missed anybody. I don't believe so. I also want to point out that we received additional information from a representative with Be Good this afternoon. So I forwarded that email with that document to City Council so that you could have that information as well, in addition to the information you received in the packet. So there are really 3 policy questions that we're putting before Council at this time. The first one is, does City Council want to allow marijuana businesses licensed in the City of Northglenn to provide delivery service to customers? The second one is, does City Council want to allow marijuana businesses licensed in other jurisdictions to deliver marijuana to customers in Northglenn? And the third one would be, does City Council want to prohibit all marijuana delivery service in Northglenn? So the survey responses are attached to the staff memo. And overall, just looking at the first initial question on the survey of would you be in favor? That's not exactly what it says. Let me just grab it so I don't. The first question that they were asked was, would your business be interested in obtaining a license to deliver medical and or retail marijuana? Based on that yes, no question, we had, I'd say 4 yeses, 1 yes maybe, and 1 no. I will say that there may have been a little confusion with the language used in that question regarding license versus permit, but I can provide additional information about the input that was received on those services if that's helpful for council. Our licensees provided really thoughtful information. If you have a chance to look at it, a couple of them actually listed some of the items that they would like to see council consider in an ordinance and how they would like delivery to be regulated, which is wonderful because we trust that they're the experts. They know how their operation would be impacted by delivery, whether it's allowed, only from the businesses who have that marijuana store license in the city, or whether city council decides to allow businesses outside of Northglenn to deliver into the city as well. So
we have a couple people who have their hands up really quickly, Joanna. So I believe, did you say the state is allowing marijuana delivery starting in January?
Yes, so the state has already allowed the permitting of medical marijuana delivery since January of 2020. The second phase of that Senate bill that was enacted allows for the delivery of retail marijuana beginning in January of 2021.
So again, I guess this question goes back to Corey, is this, we can say we're just going to go with the state, or we can get tighter, or no?
The city actually, for example, if the city desires to prohibit deliveries from occurring within Northglenn, it would have to adopt an ordinance prohibiting it. Now, having said that, it would be difficult to enforce because how are we going to know when a marijuana business is delivering in Northglenn unless we see the truck with the logo on it, which I suspect would not be the case. So it has some enforcement issues, but we do have to, if we desire to prohibit delivery within Northglenn, we would have to adopt an ordinance. Likewise, if we want to allow our marijuana businesses to deliver, we would need to adopt an ordinance authorizing it.
Okay, so there isn't a do nothing in the state law just trumps everything. We have to do something.
If we do nothing, our marijuana businesses will not be able to deliver, and deliveries from other businesses can occur in Northglenn.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That was helpful. Councilmember Brown and then Councilmember Mulligan.
Corey actually just answered one of my questions. So basically, if I understood you correctly, Thornton would be allowed to register or to deliver into Northglenn. It's if they chose to take delivery.
If Thornton allowed its businesses to deliver,
they could deliver here. So we could, from a revenue standpoint, we could actually lose revenue based on home deliveries. I think everybody knows that I'm deeply involved with this group that is going through this. I was very pleased to see, I think it was Green Solutions or Be Good who suggested that we follow the Nevada guidelines because Nevada really does have a good program. So does California. And since we would be stepping out of our box, you know, we don't know a whole lot about this. I would be very interested in, I know that there still is a stigma with people regarding marijuana and how they don't want it delivered. They don't want this, they don't want that. I do understand that, but Corey, like you said, they're not marked cars. You have no idea what they're bringing except for the person that's having it brought to them. A lot of people, especially with the crackdown on opioids, have to medicate with marijuana, down, bottom. I know somebody who tore a muscle in their leg. It'll never be the same. They can't get any pain pills, and the patches help. And I think it's important to also understand, for this group to understand, that marijuana does not just come in a smokable form. Marijuana comes in, the THC comes in patches. It comes in other ways for the patients that rely on that for their medical care. Now, as far as a license, you know, you can give that argument that anybody can get a medical license, you know, if they know the right things to say. That is true in some respects, but I don't see it being a huge issue because we collect a higher tax for recreational marijuana. I was really interested in Be Good's stance on it because the first time when they came for our meeting that we had, they were not in favor of delivery. So I think that they've had some time to look at it and see how they can institute that. I am in favor of delivery. I am in favor of delivery of rec. I am in favor of delivery of medical marijuana. I'm going to once again get off my soapbox in a minute, but we allow liquor stores to deliver. I see them out in front of people's houses, clearly labeled what liquor store is delivering to this house. How can we continue to hold these businesses back? And I'm going to once again bring in the taxes that they have consistently brought into the city through COVID and the increases that we've seen in the amount of money we get from them into my conversation. So with that said, I am in favor of delivery. I am in favor of making sure that we have, does the liquor board, no, we are the marijuana board, aren't we, Corey?
Yes.
That we set down some really stringent rules, but I don't think, and I can't express this strong enough, I don't think you want to let other municipalities be able to deliver into Northglenn and lose out on your tax base. You know, this is your tax base. This is paying for the Justice Center and other improvements in the city. I definitely feel that we need to go with delivery, but that's the end of my soapbox. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Malika, and then Goff, and then Escabel, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, so I think that as I'm reading through these responses from the businesses, I feel like there's more questions raised that they brought forward, which is great, right? Because they're thinking of all these, you know, outside things that me being outside of the marijuana industry, I know nothing about. So I think that this has been really helpful. A couple of questions. So, Corey, I'm just going to harp on this again. So you're saying if Thornton allows deliveries, we can't stop them from delivering in our own city. Is that correct?
No, we can. The city could adopt an ordinance prohibiting marijuana businesses from outside of the city from delivering within the city. So we could make that prohibition. I certainly have concerns on enforcement, but the Senate bill that authorized deliveries, Senate bill or House Bill 19-1234, specifically authorizes the prohibition of deliveries into the city if the city wanted to do so from outside. So to put a finer point on it, the city could theoretically prohibit marijuana businesses from outside Northglenn from delivering, but could allow Northglenn businesses to deliver in Northglenn if it's so.
Okay, because that's what I was thinking. I'm like, how is it that we cannot stop like a Thornton company from coming in and selling to our residents? So okay, that really helps. So I mean, I feel like this issue can get really complex. And there's so many different options to consider with regulation. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is, Corey, whenever you taught me to think about these marijuana issues is, how do we protect that seed to sale route? And how is that going to be protected via transport too, with delivery? So I think that's one thing that I just don't feel like I have enough information about. Another question, is there such thing as like online deliveries? Like I could buy from Amazon, right? And it delivers to my house. Can I do that here in Northglenn? Is that a thing? I don't know.
Ask it one more time, Julie.
Oh, is there an online delivery? So like, how you have Amazon who will come and give you whatever. Is there like an online delivery marijuana?
All of the shops in Northglenn offer online sales and curbside pickup right now during COVID.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, there is an online shopping process. And I know that Nevada and California both tied down seed to sale. But, there you are absolutely right. There would be a lot of work for us to do in order to get the rules down. You know what I mean? And figure out how it all works.
So for me, I guess where I'm at right now is I'm not sure. Maybe I'll consider this. And one of the things I think that we need to do is there's a lot of expertise and varying opinions, frankly, from our Northglenn businesses about what they want. Or what they think could happen in delivery. Some are like, maybe I'd be interested in this. Some are 100% yes. But I need to flesh out. I need to get a better sense of what would those regulations look like. Because to be honest, I'm not understanding what all of these folks are kind of referring to. Like one of them is even talking about a centralized distribution permit. I don't know. I mean, so I feel like this is still too big for me to make a decision on. And plus, on top of that, especially with marijuana, I think we do need to go back to our community and make sure that they're part of this process. So what I think we need to do is have more conversations with not only our businesses, but, where's the space to have conversations with our community? Because this is just the way marijuana works in Northglenn, right? We need to have that conversation with the communities to figure out where we're moving forward. So I think this is fine as an initial, touch base, but this is a really big project to kind of take on. And there's a lot of more outreach we need from community members and businesses.
Councilmember Goff.
Thank you. I in looking at what the staff was looking for from us tonight, they're asking if we want them to prepare a draft ordinance regarding marijuana delivery regulations to bring back to City Council for consideration. And I think I agree with Councilmember Mullica that I think there might need to be a step before that. Or maybe that is the step, but I do want to see more details about what the regulations would be. I have concerns about, underage people, I don't know, somehow using this system if it's all online or, I don't know. I still do have a lot of questions about what the regulations would be, how much, time it's going to take Northglenn staff to, to monitor the regulations, to enforce whatever, rules that we come up with or violations. So I'm not against it. I think that I do see the reasons behind people wanting to have this as an option. And I don't think marijuana should be, somehow the black sheep of the family, for allowing liquor stores to deliver. I'm all for it in a general way, but I really do need to see more specifics about how it would be regulated, what the rules would be, who's going to enforce it, how is it going to be enforced, that kind of thing.
Councilmember Escobar.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my question is for Corey. And I have been living under the COVID rock for a while, so I'm not sure what information I have and what information I don't have. But is the marijuana business still a cash-only business?
Yes, it is.
So if it's a cash-only business, then how is the transaction take place if they bring it to my home? I give them cash at my door and I prove who I am?
It's a good I will say this.
Hey, Corey, can I just add one thing? None of our marijuana businesses are cash only. None of them.
The prohibition is on using banks that are federally insured. They can't have any connection to federal banking laws.
Right.
That is still a prohibition. So how marijuana businesses are creatively accepting other forms of credit, frankly, I don't know. But what I do know is that because it's still illegal under federal law, that one of the big difficulties is that they are largely cash only. And if they are not accepting cash, they're accepting other forms of credit that are not related at all to federal banking laws.
ATM cards?
Okay, so do we know?
Maybe debit, but it would not be able to be of an entity that is federally insured, like by the FDIC.
Exactly, and that's what it is. It's debit payments. Okay, thank you.
So
sorry, Antonio.
No, I want an answer to my question. How does the transaction take place?
You can put a credit card number in online. It would be your debit card number.
And your driver's license usually can't be out of state. It has to be a local driver's license, and it's checked when you get to the door in most cases, when they get to the door. And it cannot be left obviously in care of anybody who's not of legal age in the states that I have researched.
Okay, I'm not interested in other states. I'm interested in Colorado. Here's where I live. Northglenn's the city I represent. I want to know what the rules are for Northglenn, Colorado.
And again, Councilmember Escobar, they are not permitted to use any federal banking institution. And I don't know how they circumvent that. My hunch is that there are debit cards from cannabis cooperatives, which some have, I've heard they have created those in some cases. There may be other debit cards they accept. I'm happy to look into it, but I'm not familiar with how they circumvent the federal law.
Okay, so in terms of the money, we're not sure. And in terms of when it's delivered to my home, can any adult sign for my marijuana?
No.
There are definite regulations. Sorry to jump in here, but the marijuana industry is highly regulated. The seed to sale, the metric system that you've heard mentioned, it would still apply to deliveries. They don't get to circumvent that process at all. They would still have to document that seed to sale through that metric system, and that's a system required by the state of Colorado. And there are definite regulations that already exist in state law that the city could be, more stricter with. But those are, especially requiring the medical piece of this, since the medical delivery was allowed first. There are regulations that talk specifically about the underage sales because some patients are under 18. And so it limits the amounts that can be delivered. It limits that deliveries can only occur once per day per residence. The types of residences that marijuana can be delivered to. The marijuana cannot be put in the vehicle until the transaction has occurred. So you wouldn't have a vehicle rolling around the city of Northglenn just fully loaded with marijuana. It's all based after that transaction has occurred. In case anyone thought that's how that was going to work. And then when they make the transaction, of course, identification is most important. And I know that at least one of our licensees mentioned that they have a special point of sale system that actually scans the IDs. It can even process out of state IDs, and it runs checks for the validity of those IDs, which they think is a benefit both to them, to safeguard their business practices, as well as a benefit to the customers so that fraudulent or stolen IDs aren't being utilized in these transactions. And then once they deliver the marijuana to the residents, there are rules for who they can actually give the marijuana to. So luckily they're not handing it to, that patient who might be underage. It all has to be a transaction with a legal aged person.
All right. Thank you, Julie, for making me laugh. I appreciate that. One more question, Corey. When we say that the city will opt in to this, does that mean granting the permission to deliver? Is that what the word opt means?
Yes.
And does the city have any liability after we opt in?
No. There is no liability for any of the decisions the city makes in this context related to medical or recreational marijuana opting in or opting out. It can do so without fear of liability in terms of any decision it makes.
Okay. And thank you, Joanne. Your information or your feedback was well received. I think I know more now, and the rock's not as heavy. I'm like Julie, I still need a little bit more information. But I'm a maybe, that's for sure.
So I have Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Peterson, Witkovich, and then back to Councilmember Brown.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I feel like when this came up in March, I was a maybe. And one of the big sticking points for me was that Councilmember Esquivel and I had made a commitment to Ward 4 that before we pursued any sort of policy like this, that we would have a discussion with them about it. And because of COVID, frankly, this hasn't really been on my radar and necessarily something I've been thinking about. So we haven't been able to have a conversation yet with Ward 4, which I think is a commitment that is important to me to fulfill before moving forward. I'm also just really struck by how much I don't know about marijuana and marijuana delivery and what all the details are. And I think when it comes down to whatever we set up, I feel like the devil's definitely going to be in the details. So I do have a couple of questions, but I think I'm still probably going to be a maybe. So Corey or Joanna, if you can help me understand, does a person who is delivering marijuana have to be an employee of one of the retail locations, or could this person be a sole proprietor who is, lives in Federal Heights, that comes in and purchases the marijuana from a Northglenn store and delivers to Thornton? Like, I'm just trying to get a sense of how expansive is this operation? Who's involved?
Joanna, you want to answer or you want me to?
Go ahead, and then I'll jump in if...
I mean, the short answer is they have to be licensed. They have to be, it can't just be the equivalent of a startup UPS.
Okay, so they actually have to be like a store, like a retail location. There's no process for somebody who is a sole proprietor to become licensed and be a delivery person. I'm just trying to understand the equity here, right? Because we've got very well established marijuana businesses, which I appreciate, but I also want, are there opportunities to ensure that this is an equitable opportunity?
So can I throw something out there, and then Corey, you can correct this logic here. So some of the input that we received from the licensees is concerns about allowing transporters to provide the delivery service. So you'll notice some of the feedback says that they would be in favor of marijuana delivery if it was limited to only being provided by those businesses who have that marijuana store license. So even though a transporter, there's such a thing as the transporter, and forgive me if I say license and it should be permit, but there's a transporter license, I'll say. The way I understand that is that that's some of the concern that you'll see where they refer to the garage or the Amazon style delivery system. So it's not coming from your actual marijuana store. It would be coming from a transporter storage location. And the way I understand the current locations that are eligible in the city, I'm not certain that we could license a transporter with a storage facility with the current eligible locations under the current distance requirements. So that right there kind of limits that opportunity for transporters to be making the deliveries and would shift that to it being an employee of the marijuana store itself. If that makes sense.
I agree 100% with what Joanna just said. And the transporter license or permit is a different type of permit that was adopted several years ago in the legislature so that people that were transporting marijuana from, for example, a grow facility to the store were doing so, had a permit to transport marijuana. So it's just another type of permit in the supply chain.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that. I guess the other thing I was kind of worrying about interest. I think Becky mentioned the concern that we were going to lose on sales tax. Is that a fair assumption if, we've got, Green Solutions that's able to, deliver to another municipality? Like, isn't the sale still happening within Northglenn? Or is it sales tax based on place of delivery?
Yes, so the sales tax would be collected where the transaction takes place. And in this case, it would be where that marijuana is being delivered to. So for instance, if another jurisdiction allowed delivery, we'll just say Thornton to make it easy. If Thornton allowed delivery into their jurisdiction and the Green Solution located here in Northglenn made those deliveries to customers in Thornton, Thornton would receive the sales tax for those transactions. So that is one piece that could impact our sales tax revenue negatively, the way I understand it to work.
Okay, that's really helpful. I'm just trying to wrap my brain around this. And then I guess, I don't know if I have any other burning questions. I feel like there are a couple of steps before we get to developing an ordinance. Like, I don't feel like we can do that right now. I feel like I want more information and I want to see a bit of a community conversation happen. I'm not opposed to this. I just want to better understand it and what it means and make sure that we're bringing our community along with us. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So we have a couple more hands up, but I want to ask a question about timing because I've heard a couple people say not ready now, but I know that the law is changing in January. So timeline wise, Corey, what is the urgency on this? And do we need to step up and take some action as a council before January hits?
If you do nothing, then the deliveries could occur within the city. I mean, that's sort of the immediate nature of this, is that deliveries from businesses outside of Northglenn could deliver into Northglenn if you do nothing. And as of January 1st, 2021, that is for recreational marijuana specifically, in addition to medical. But other than, from my perspective, That's why the timing was appropriate to bring this back. But at the same time, I don't think it creates some sort of timing urgency where the world is going to end if the city council takes some extra time to look at this.
Can I ask maybe I got confused by that last question as far as delivery location. So if you said what I thought I heard, maybe I was wrong, but that the tax is collected where it's delivered. But if it's not a Northglenn business, how do we collect tax on a company that delivers to Northglenn but doesn't reside in Northglenn?
And this might help. The way staff understands the metric system to work is with that seed to sale component. If the city, I apologize, Mayor, but I'm going to scooch backwards just a little bit. Let's just pretend for a minute that the city of Northglenn prohibited outside businesses from delivering marijuana into the city of Northglenn. That metric system would essentially prevent that from occurring because those marijuana businesses must account for their product from seed to sale. So the state, the way I understand it, the state would help the city essentially because that marijuana business couldn't track that product and have it end up in Northglenn if Northglenn prohibits outside businesses from delivering into Northglenn. That might make it more confusing, but that's how we understand that seed to sale and that metric system to work. So there is an opportunity to, to know if deliveries are being made into jurisdictions where they should not be.
Okay, Councilmember Peterson.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just a fascinating discussion on a lot of things. I think I recall in March that this was presented to us as like an emergency, response to help people get, their marijuana with the onset of COVID and at the height in March. I'm really intrigued by this, and I have many of the same questions that many of you do as well. I think one of the things that I'm leaning towards that I'm thinking about is wanting to make sure that we do not put Northglenn businesses at a competitive disadvantage. And so if outside companies can come in and deliver to Northglenn, I would hate to lose that opportunity for Northglenn businesses to do the same. And again, the regulations, the details are things that we need to address. But this is something that I probably wouldn't favor independently, and if we were acting on our own with this. But in accordance with state law, if the state is allowing in-home recreational delivery, my concern, I don't want to jump the gun, but my concern is that we miss an opportunity that has already the framework and the groundwork and the infrastructure has already been laid, and I don't want to be late coming to that party. And so that's something I would favor moving forward on this, but respect council's desire to take a look at the regulatory framework and how exactly this would work. So that's where I'm at. Thanks so much.
Councilmember Whitkovich.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of as Councilmember Peterson brought up, it was an emergency when it was brought to us in March. And I'm pretty sure I was completely against it because it kind of felt rushed and it didn't feel like we would have the time to consider it that we needed. And so I'm pretty sure I'm a maybe. I don't think I like the idea of other marijuana businesses being able to deliver in Northglenn if we haven't figured that out for our businesses. I think Councilmember Wilford mentioned the competitive disadvantage. I definitely agree with that. But yeah, I think more information is needed. I do have one concern about the delivery drivers. If that's an employee of these marijuana businesses, how do we ensure that they are not driving around high or, they aren't under the influence? And so I have that concern. but yeah, I'm definitely a maybe. I would definitely want to get additional research, have staff do the additional research so that we can consider that. Yeah, I'm definitely not ready to talk about an ordinance yet. So yeah, that's where I stand.
Councilmember Malika.
Okay, so I have another question, I guess, because we do have kind of this pending deadline of January 2021 coming up, and so it seems like there's a lot of maybes, and it's something that we want to take the time to discuss a little bit more. So could there be an option where we pass an ordinance that prohibits outside marijuana delivery at this point until we figure out how we want to proceed? And that way it won't harm our businesses in any way if Thornton decides to move forward, or another city decides to move forward. And that way we're just kind of just stop it for a second, and then let's work through our process of reaching out to our retailers, really understanding their concerns, because I mean, from that March meeting, they are obviously experts in this field, and then also getting the time to reach out to our community and getting that weigh in as well before we move forward. Because I feel like I just feel like I don't want to be rushed into this decision, but I also want to make sure that our local businesses are protected until we figure out what we're going to do.
The answer to your question, Councilmember Malika, is yes. The city could adopt an ordinance prohibiting deliveries within Northglenn, basically while it looks at the long-term question of whether to allow its businesses to deliver.
Okay. Councilmember Brown.
So if we don't do anything, but we do something to keep other businesses from coming into our city January 1st, are our dispensaries still able to deliver if we don't have a policy or something in place?
No.
And then, no. Okay. My second question goes to Heather. We talked about prioritizing things, and we don't want to overload staff and things like this. Where does this fall in your priority scope? Can we talk about a priority?
Sure. I appreciate the question, Councilmember Brown. And what I would say is I need to defer to our city clerk, Joanna Small, because she's the lead on the marijuana piece, and Corey. So, given the state law change and the implementation around it, I think, this would be a priority to get figured out.
And we have bandwidth, or Joanna, you have bandwidth?
Yes, and I do think there's the ability. I don't want to speak for the licensees. I would bet the licensees who are 100% in favor of providing a delivery service would like this to happen or to be allowed beginning January 2nd, 2021. However, we can take the time that's needed. And so I don't believe it has to be anything that feels rushed. So we can take the time to get more input from the businesses. I'm sure they would like that opportunity as well, because there is a lot of information for all sides to digest about how we can make this work, the best way it possibly can. So I don't think it's anything that has to be, planned for that hard date of January 2nd in order to happen. And I think it's something that we can make sure is very thoughtful and make sure that there's understanding on all sides of the coin on this one.
We were interchanging the word permit and license, right? So I'm just going to use permit. Would we look at having them purchase a permit for each vehicle that they'll be using? Or are we looking at, is there a non-purchase for a permit? Can we institute if we go this route, can we institute some kind of a permit fee? and determine the best practices so that the city is at least, has a record. I know we would have a record through you, but I also think it's an opportunity to bring revenue.
I'm not sure I understand the question. It would be a whether you call it a permit or a license, it's an additional approval from the city. We can charge. It is not a per delivery vehicle charge, however.
Can I make it a per delivery charge? Okay. I'm just curious and seeing if there, I'm gonna be really honest to you, if there's a revenue benefit to the city to do it.
I will say there's already a per delivery surcharge that the state requires, and that's $1 per delivery. And that surcharge must be remitted back to the jurisdiction where the marijuana business is located, and it's to be used for law enforcement activities related to marijuana. So there's that per delivery fee already in place.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Corey, Joanna, do you know, I heard that there were a handful of cities that have already adopted ordinances, but are there other cities that are currently going through a similar process and like these policies are under consideration? And if so, do you know who they are?
I do know that there are others. I don't know which ones. On our municipal attorney's listserv, this has been a fairly active conversation because of the January 1st, 2021 date. So there are other municipalities looking at it currently.
Okay, thanks for that. And then I think Councilmember Mullick had brought up the idea of banning all deliveries into the city of Northglenn until we had made a decision. Is there a scenario in which we could add like a date by which something like that would no longer be effective, like almost give ourselves a timeline so that we don't feel rushed? Does that make sense? Like, I don't know, like by March, we'll have figured everything out and have an answer for everything.
The answer is yes. You could do an ordinance that has a sunset provision. So in other words, a provision when it expires. I would certainly recommend giving yourself enough time so that you have a little bit of room to move. Okay.
All right. I'm interested in what other folks have to say about that idea. I mean, it seems like a good option so that we're not rushed into making any decisions, but I'm interested in what other folks have to say as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Malika and then Goff.
Sure, yeah, and Meredith, I wanted to ask kind of the same question of council. Is there any way that we might be able to poll folks to see if they'd be interested in doing a ban for deliveries in the city until we move forward? Is that a way that we could move forward and come to a consensus?
Yeah, I think it would be good to move forward. I'm wondering what, I think that's fine if that's what we're proposing, but also I think it needs to include like what are next steps so that we can get moving on it and not just have it be, we don't know yet, we'll decide later, but what are those steps to help us decide later? So yeah, I mean, if we don't feel like we have enough time to make a decision by January, what are the things that we need to do in between?
Personally, for me, I think that we need to reach out with our retail folks, and really we need to hash out what the ordinance is going to be. There's so many options to consider. I think we also need to figure out how to have some kind of community input piece into this as well. Those would be my two requirements.
Okay. How do people feel about that, Councilmember Goff?
I think the community input of some kind would be good. And I also think I'm looking at if we pass an ordinance banning other municipalities from delivering into Northglenn, as a deadline so that we can actually get something done by a certain time, not that we're going to feel too rushed. I mean, there's a balance we need to take. But the other thing to consider is that if other cities or municipalities are considering the delivery option or have passed it or are seeming like they're going to, if each municipality tries to ban any other municipality from having their stuff delivered and to other people, I mean, it just sounds like a nightmare to me and not very cooperative. So I almost would not favor banning it. And the other reason for that as well is that the tax revenue is what we will get because it's being delivered to us, just like if somebody bought a refrigerator in Thornton, where it's delivered is where the taxes are being charged. So I'm not in favor of banning other municipalities, marijuana companies from delivering. I'm not dead set against it, let's put it that way, but I'm not sure that's the best way to go either. I do think we need some kind of a deadline whereby we can get this worked out and make it work for us.
So I appreciate that, Catherine, and part of that is because Corey has said twice tonight that enforcement on that is going to be very difficult. So I would agree that I don't know that it's necessary to ban it until we figure it out. So kind of going back to the memo a little bit. So if we ask staff to draft an ordinance, is that something that will at least propel us forward? And then the ordinance would be at a meeting and we could have public comment. I just don't know how, what are we asking for community input? Like send a survey out to residents? It's not a ballot issue. It's how do we get enough input without moving this process forward is what I'm still wondering. Does staff have ideas on that? Catherine does.
Yes, I would just say one of the things I was thinking was that Council Member Mullick and I might have another one of these town halls, and that would be the main topic. And so people could call in and tell us, what their thinking is about that one way or the other. And possibly if any of our marijuana business people would like to, be involved in that town hall, they could be there to answer questions as well. But that's what I had in mind in terms, and that's something we could do, fairly quickly. It's not like we'd have to need months to plan something like that out.
No, but I just worry because that's one ward. So to do that in all four is going to take time, and we would want to advertise and all of that to get those ward meetings, or we could do a city one. I mean, those are things that we would have to get in place fairly quickly, and it does take time to advertise enough so that we don't have 5 people there.
Well, we could have them all on the same night because we aren't going to have the same people at them because it's different wards. But whatever, that's just an idea.
Yeah, would have to bounce around, but I think that's definitely an option. I just worry about how to get a decent amount of community input and educated community input, because we have, as a body, we have so many questions that are unanswered tonight, that how do we prepare ourselves to hold that, because our residents are going to have the questions that we have. And if we're like, yeah, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know. Well, we're not sure yet. Well, we don't know. That's going to be really hard to host a town hall in that fashion. Does that make sense? I'm just worried about the amount of questions.
Yeah, we've done some things where we ask for input on our city website. I'm just wondering maybe that could also be an option.
I don't know. Councilmember Escobar?
Thank you, Mayor. I just, going back to what Catherine said about delivery into Northglenn, if Thornton delivered into Northglenn, we would benefit from it. That's not true. Last time I bought a hamburger in Federal Heights, the tax state and federal heights, it didn't come to Northglenn. And it's going to be the same thing with marijuana. It's where the purchase takes place that you pay the tax, not where the product ends up.
That's what I thought too, but that's not what Joanna said.
Well, maybe that's different in marijuana law. But every time I've bought something someplace, if it was not in Northglenn, it didn't come to Northglenn. I can assure you that they kept the money. Maybe it's different in marijuana statutes. To your point, Mayor, you know, we were elected to make a decision. And I know when this first came up, after, I guess, what did I ran for council in 13? So in 11 and 12, I guess, was the big time. A certain amount of people were for it and a certain amount of people were against it. Now we have it. This is the law today. You're not ever going to make everybody happy. So us elected leaders, we need to think this through, what makes sense, and approve it or disapprove it. I think it's real difficult to try to get a whole community to weigh in. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Wilford and I made that commitment to Ward 4, but this is a year later and we're still in the same place. And we need to move forward one way or the other. If we can get that information, it'd be wonderful, but how many people in our ward are actually going to attend a ward meeting? How many people attended the ward meeting that we've had virtually? Very, very few compared to the numbers that we would get in a live ward meeting. You know, and we at Northglenn, in Ward 4, packed them in 60, 70, 50s. Not going to get that online. And even then, we could lean one way or the other, but you never made everybody happy. I think it's our responsibility, and I think we need to find out what they're talking about, who's going to deliver it, how it's going to be delivered, how's it going to be paid for, how's the money. They can answer those questions, and then we can make a decision. And I'm on my soapbox, so I better get off.
No, and Antonio, I completely agree with you. I feel like we need to work this process. And so that's, I guess, what I'm thinking about. You know, yes, we want community input, but I think that's the process of getting the ordinance. Now, does a public hearing go with this or no?
Yes, on second reading.
Okay, so you would have first reading and then a public hearing, second reading. Okay, so that's the process. If we want to ask staff to communicate it more deliberately on the website, on Facebook, you know, hey, these meetings are coming up. If you're interested, tune in. Then I think we can do that. But the process, I'm really with Councilmember Esquivel on this. The process is what it is. And so if we ask staff to bring forward a draft ordinance, they're going to do the work to fine tune all of those things. And then we can have this conversation again at the first ordinance or ordinance on first reading meeting. Is that correct? So because what it feels like is that we need another study session, but I don't think we do. I know Joanna's taking a lot of notes and she's listening and she's trying to figure out what questions need to be answered. And then they will present a draft ordinance. And then we can continue this conversation then. Does that make sense?
One of the biggest pieces for me is this third-party transport. Who is this third-party transport? And, you know, explain that a little further to me. That's a big issue for me. And the exchange of money. I mean, it's if they've got their own bank and they don't need the Federal Reserve Bank, I don't have any problem with that. They got their way of getting their payments and how the delivery is transacted. Who's it given to? You know, when Total Beverage delivers to a residence, one of the requirements is that you have a photo ID, show it through the window, show it through your car door, show it through somewhere before they'll leave the product, even though you've paid for it. You can't, no one else can receive it other than the person who purchased it. And those are the things that
Councilmember,
questions for me.
As to marijuana delivery, the law is precisely the same. The only exception is that a parent can accept a medical marijuana delivery for an underage child. But otherwise, the rules as you describe them for liquor delivery is the same for marijuana delivery.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you asked earlier what you thought the process, or what we thought the process should be, or what would make sense. So I'm just going to share what makes sense in my mind, and you guys can take it for what it's worth. But I do think that we're getting to a point where there's so many questions that it might be worth having a draft ordinance and something for us to look at and ask specific questions about. But I don't know that I'd necessarily want to see the draft ordinance come through once it's introduced during a regular council meeting. And so I'm wondering if there's a scenario in which we have a draft ordinance that's brought to a study session so that we can ask some of those deeper questions and get some of those answers that we're seeking here before we formally introduce an ordinance. And what I'm hoping is that after we've had that kind of draft ordinance conversation at a study session, perhaps one option in terms of getting feedback could be a telephone town hall. And that way we are able to cover the entire city, because those did seem to be really effective in just reaching people from all walks of life in our community. And so that might be a good way to kind of do some baseline education as well as answer questions that are a bit more specific in nature and aren't kind of big picture, do we want marijuana delivery or not, but are more focused on this potential draft ordinance. I also think there could be options in terms of, maybe there's a page or a half a page in the connection that talks a little bit more about what we're thinking so that folks can get a better understanding of what it could mean. And then I think at that point, I think it totally makes sense to bring an ordinance to council. That's just what I think would work. Obviously, I'm one person and there are 9 of us total. So I'd be interested in if that makes sense to folks as well. But Corey, I guess one question I had for you is I'm just a little confused. So I was doing a little bit of Googling and I think I saw something that if the city does nothing with marijuana or does nothing with delivery, that no deliveries can be made in Northglenn, I guess, according to like the seed to sale system. So I'm confused and I'm wondering if that makes sense.
I think that's based on my research that if the city does nothing, people in Northglenn can get deliveries from outside of Northglenn.
Okay, because I guess I was reading it totally different, but I'm also not an attorney, so I will take your word on that. But yeah, that's what I'm looking for is draft ordinance in a study session, telephone town hall, and then full consideration.
Councilmember Brown.
I actually agree with Jenny 100%. I think that it has to be broken up and come into a study session so that we can ask any questions that we have before it comes to council. I strongly urge us not to have it come to council for a vote before we've had a final discussion on what that ordinance would look like and have any questions that we have answered. And I also agreed with Jenny, if we're going to put something in temporarily that keeps other cities from delivering into our municipality, that it has to have a time frame. We are really good at dragging things out for months, and I would like to have some form of accountability on this that holds us accountable to getting it done within if we're not going to have it done by January, that we say that we're going to have it done by X date so that we don't drag it along and we're held accountable for getting our answers out. That's all I have. I agreed with Jenny twice.
Okay, we're going to write the date down.
Mark the calendar.
Thank you. So I see a couple additional hands. Antonio, is your hand up again, or did I forget to lower it? Do you want to speak again or no? No? Okay, sorry about that. Councilmember Malaga.
So I guess I think, you know, people have talked about ways of moving forward. The most important decision I think we need to figure out tonight is what are we doing for January? It's already November and it's the holidays and January is going to be here before you know it. I don't think this whole process that several folks have put forward is going to be happening by January. So what are we going to do by January? And for fairness, I think that's why we should ban outside city deliveries until we figure out what we're going to do, because we're not going to have an answer by January. I don't think that's the process that any of us want to see.
So to ban outside delivery, doesn't it run the same process? First ordinance, public hearing, second ordinance. I mean, it runs the full process to ban.
Yes.
I guess what I'm wondering for Joanna is how quickly, if we look at the next study session to look at a draft ordinance, and then the following regular meeting for first reading. I mean, I think we get pretty close to running the process. I personally am not advocating for a town hall. They're expensive, and I don't think we're going to get these. They were at the peak during COVID crisis, and then they waned pretty significantly. And I don't think this is a topic that's going to bring them in. I would advocate for communication on all of our channels that this is a topic at specific council meetings, and that the public hearing and the regular session public comment meetings are the opportunities for their input. I don't think we need a telephone town hall on this one.
I personally think that I would like to bring this to my ward and have a discussion about it. I know some wards feel differently than others, but I do feel like this is a conversation. I mean, marijuana has always been kind of a tricky conversation in our community. And I just feel like our residents would appreciate the opportunity to voice their concerns prior to it coming up to like a public hearing and the ordinance actually like moving downstream. I don't want people to feel like we're just rushing something through. I want it to feel like we found the right solution for Northglenn.
Well, and I don't want to rush it through either. I just think we don't need to go crazy with trying to communicate this. I think we can offer the opportunity. So can you reach out to your ward and just invite him to pay attention to the council meeting?
Yeah, but I want that dialogue. I think that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that space for dialogue because, you know, I think that that's just what they would expect when it comes to a marijuana type decision. That's just kind of how it's happened in the past as well. So
that will push it out to have 4 ward meetings with that as a topic. So you're right, that's going to push us into the spring for sure, just to have the timing available to communicate the ward meetings and invite everyone in.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I'm just talking on behalf of what I would like to see for my ward. I'm not dictating what other people's process for their ward would want to be. So just throwing that out there. I'm not telling everybody that they need to have a ward meeting on this. I just personally would want one.
Councilmember Brown, your hand's up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look, I'm not even muted this time. I'm singing. I'm going to agree with you, Mayor. We have gotten away from what the public hearings are for. And I know that in some cases we did it because we, of the COVID and the town halls and everything. But the public hearing is really the time that our residents we give them that time to do their pros and cons, right? If Joyce wants to do a town hall or a ward meeting on it, I would obviously be there to support her. But I don't feel that. I think that the opportunity for the public to speak is in the hearing, and that we have moved past that, and we're not having, conversations at our hearings anymore. It's the end of my comments.
Councilmember Whitkiewicz.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to throw in my support for the process that you've outlined. I like the idea of a study session with a draft ordinance where we can ask all our questions. I don't really like the idea of a town hall, mainly because of the reasons that you've stated, and also a ward meeting. I'm not sure that would be really effective in Ward 1. I think we had 15 people maybe attend our ward meeting, and that was at the height of COVID and also all the social justice issues that were happening. So I don't think that'd be very beneficial for us. And I appreciate the fact that we want to get the public input, and I think the public hearing and the council meetings are the way to do that. It is a marijuana issue, but it's not really something that affects the general public unless you're using the service. So that was kind of my thinking. I like your process. I'd support that.
Joyce is still having a ton of technical issues. Apparently her laptop is also vibrating, so hopefully it's not going to explode on her. But she also does outline what Ashley said to bring the ordinance forward. Diana, I see that you popped on. Did you want to offer some ideas?
I did. I just wanted to say we could do something similar that we did with the PD assessment or with the 360 assessment. We announced it on all of our platforms, gave people a place on the website to come and make comments or ask questions, and we could get back to them. And we did promote that on all of our platforms, that you had this amount of time to ask these preliminary questions. The biggest thing for timing is if you're setting a date to look at an ordinance, as long as you can give me 6 weeks, I can promote it on all of our platforms and let people know you can give input this way, but also this is when we're looking at the ordinance, and you can always make public comment when we're actually voting on it. So that's not, and it's kind of middle ground, and it's the same thing for the PD as far as which wards had PD come and talk at their ward meetings. Not all of them had ward meetings, but those that did have a ward meeting had somebody come in and talk. This is kind of a weird, since it's not a staff issue, it's really a private industry issue. I don't know who ward people would invite to talk at their meetings, but that's totally, when people have ward meetings and how what they want to talk about them is totally up to the ward members. But if you wanted something more general, we could do like we did for PD, which is we promoted that it's here, review it, give us your input, and then you guys would have a printout of, hey, this is what everybody said on this.
Well, I appreciate all of that. I think that's great. And that would pace us out a little bit. So I'm going to make a recommendation. We are on item 1 of 3 for this study session item only. So we are going to be here a while. So I'm going to make a recommendation, and you can respond to that. But I think at some point we're going to need to move forward. So I would like to ask Joanna to bring forward a draft ordinance at the next possible study session, if that's possible. Is that doable?
My suggestion would be next possible. Give us a month. So I think November 16th is pretty aggressive because there's going to be a lot of material, but I think we could probably get it to the first meeting in December.
Great. Okay.
And November 16th is pretty much full at this point.
Okay. And these are fun. Okay. So thank you, Corey. So in a month at a study session, we would see a draft ordinance ahead of the ordinance coming to a council meeting. That paces it out for Diana to get some communication channels organized because we can pace it based on that date. Communicate all the different ways. Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know that we'll have anything to communicate until we have a draft ordinance and we've gone through that process of having a discussion. I don't know how we'll have anything for the community to give us feedback on until we've had that discussion.
And I can have Diana repeat it, but she had talked about a place to, I'll just let you speak to it.
I heard what Diana said, and I appreciate the approach. I'm just saying I don't know that we can accomplish what Diana has outlined until after we've had that first discussion and we know what this draft resolution looks like.
Yeah, I think you could do something more general that says, hey, according to the state, medical marijuana can be delivered now, and in January 2021, it can be delivered for anybody who's interested in purchasing it if they're legally able to buy. We're considering allowing, or we're looking at whether or not we want to allow delivery in the city of Northglenn. If we should allow people from other places to deliver in Northglenn, those are the issues. I think you can outline the issues that you're looking at and see what questions and comments you get from people. And we didn't use the online format with answering people, but you can. That's definitely something that we can do. So it depends on what kind of input you're looking for. If you're looking for general input of, hey, here's the 2 state laws, we're trying to figure out what we want to do locally. I mean, the subject matter is there. And if it's a permitted process, as far as how people run their own delivery, I'm not sure even once you get the ordinance, whether that question will be answered. It depends on the business, and I'm sure there's the permitting process. So that's pretty detailed, but it's up to you guys. We can do whichever way you want.
Okay, thanks for that. I guess I just want to make sure that if we have 2 wards that want to have meetings, that we're providing enough time for that to happen. I hear that there are folks that don't want to do a telephone town hall, and that's fine. I really worry that by just expecting people to show up and participate in a public hearing, that we're not going to get input, because I can't remember in recent, I can't remember the last time that we had folks show up and, actively participate in a public hearing on an ordinance. Certainly folks have come to provide public comment. I just don't know. Unfortunately, public comment and even public hearings are just kind of one-sided, and they're not a dialogue, which is something that I'm looking for. So if we don't want to have a telephone town hall, that's fine. I just want to make sure that we have plenty of time to be able to have the conversations in our wards if folks choose to do so.
Well, how about if we just move forward with the small piece and ask at our next study session that this be another topic, because this is literally a very small piece of a huge evening. And so I think we need to move forward. So if we can at least agree that we are going to have this discussion again with a draft in front of us at a study session in December. Does that work? Okay. Joanna, are you good with that? Okay, so it looks like the second part of this item is Corey, industrial hemp. What do you got?
I am going to be hopefully incredibly quick and efficient. When the state started regulating marijuana, it did so like liquor. And if you go to a retail liquor store, you will notice that all the products at a liquor store are only alcohol related. So for example, there is a famous case in Colorado where a liquor store owner was selling eggs that he himself, he had a chicken farm. And the state said, no, you can't sell eggs at a liquor store because it's such a heavily regulated alcohol-only business. So when the state adopted marijuana regulations, it did the same thing. It prohibited essentially anything from being sold in a marijuana store except marijuana and marijuana accessories. Since Northglenn adopted its marijuana regulations, state law has changed to allow industrial hemp products. Northglenn's ordinance is still pre the state authorization that now allows hemp products. So one of the marijuana businesses in Northglenn reached out not only to Northglenn, but to other communities it operates in and said, hey, now that state law has changed to allow industrial hemp, is there any objection to us selling industrial hemp products in Northglenn's marijuana stores? That takes an ordinance change to allow industrial hemp products in addition to marijuana products. So if council is okay with that, it would be a very minor ordinance change to allow industrial hemp products to be sold at Northglenn's marijuana businesses. You're muted.
I know.
You call me?
Yes.
I think for the residents that may be listening, Corey, can you please explain, maybe even for some of our city council people, what industrial hemp products are?
Sure. So industrial hemp means that there is no more than 0.3% of THC in the product. They make lotions, it's cosmetics. It can be in food. It can be in clothing. It's a whole host of products that use hemp as one of the ingredients, but it does not get you high. It has an explicitly defined percentage of THC of no more than 0.3%.
Thank you very much, Corey.
Is there any reason not to?
I don't think so. It's obviously a policy decision, but it's just the way that the marijuana regulations were initially structured, and now they've been slightly loosened at the state level to allow this type of product.
Does anybody want to speak against this idea? So the silence means we are for it. Go forward.
We will bring an ordinance forward.
Thank you. Okay, and the third one, is that back to Joanna, marijuana business location restrictions?
It is, and I will try to be concise with this. So, like Corey said, this is another item that would require an ordinance change. It would be a very brief ordinance revision, and it stems from staff investigating an inquiry about a new marijuana business license application and the distance requirements that are currently in our municipal code. And staff believes there was an error the last time that we amended the marijuana regulations. The distance requirement that we use is a 1/2 mile radius, 1/2 mile distance limitation between marijuana businesses. We discovered that in the retail section of the code, that did not get changed. It's probably easiest to see in the draft ordinance that's attachment number 3. So we are recommending that the word retail be struck so that it applies to all marijuana businesses. So the distance requirement would need to be 1/2 mile. They cannot be located within 1/2 mile of any other marijuana business. And then there are 2 sections below that as well that talk about a 1,000 foot distance requirement from a medical marijuana business. We believe that was just an error that didn't get deleted at the time. And that if we leave it this way, it could potentially benefit one type of marijuana business over the other. And we do not believe that was ever council's intent. So we're requesting to bring back an ordinance on first reading to clear up that discrepancy so that the overall location would be, any marijuana business cannot be located within 1/2 mile of any other marijuana business.
Okay, any questions or comments from council? Councilmember Brown?
At least I'm talking slow today. But all of our marijuana shops, I remember when we first did marijuana shops in Northglenn, that we put a limit on the number of shops that we would allow, and we had our original laws. So this really did our original rules from being too close to schools, too close to other businesses. There's nobody that falls outside of this range right now. Joanna? I'm thinking specifically Green Solutions and EGOD or EGOD.
Egati.
Gotti, thank you.
So Egati's license was approved after the Green Solution was there. So Egati, it's fair to say that Egati is more than 1/2 mile from the Green Solution. They would have to be, otherwise that would have been an eligible location. So the distance requirements is really what helped the city limit that number. We don't have a hard rule on a specific number of businesses that can be allowed, but council essentially put that in place with the distance restrictions.
Okay, so there's nobody that has to be grandfathered in or anything?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and also guessing no comment means go forward.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Corey, looks like you are up next.
Okay, And this is another one that I think looks like its bark is much bigger than its bite. This is something we've been working on for quite some time, where staff is recommending to decriminalize certain offenses that are currently under Northglenn's municipal code characterized as criminal. And so if you look at the draft ordinance in your packet, they are what I would call, by and large, code offenses. So they are not your companion criminal violations in the Northglenn Municipal Code that the staff is recommending decriminalizing. They're effectively code violations, whether it be building code, illegal use of municipal recycling facilities, street vending, a whole host of general municipal code provisions that currently the penalty is up to a year in jail and up to a fine of $2,650 per day. Because of the nature of the penalty, those violations trigger the right to a jury trial if someone asks for it. It's certainly not Northglenn's, I think, in Northglenn's goal to get code compliance, it is rare that it would be looking at jail time for code violations. Yet all of the protections in place allow someone to seek to have, for example, an attorney at the city's cost because they're looking at the potential of jail time. So with that in mind, my office, along with the municipal judge, the prosecuting attorney, and neighborhood services, went through the entire municipal code and tried to identify those sections of the code that could be decriminalized to make the municipal court operate more efficiently, not risk jail time for, frankly, very minor offenses. And so the draft ordinance you have in your packet, along with my memo and Heather's memo, is the recommendation of decriminalizing a significant number of offenses in the municipal code. And I'll just add one other sort of policy piece. There has been a great deal of concern expressed over the last several years by the ACLU and others about the operation of municipal courts and the concern that municipal courts aren't providing a lot of the protections for defendants who could be looking at jail time. And frankly, this is another way to address some of those concerns because, for example, if you're looking at section 10 of the ordinance on page 6 of 24 of the packet, pedestrian access to medians is something that is a violation that impacts potentially our homeless population. While it is still an offense, it would decriminalize it, so it would not result in potential jail time for that violation. And that's just one example of trying to make this more geared towards compliance than punishment.
Councilmember Brown.
Just automatically no, huh? Does that then remove any possible fine?
It makes the fine a maximum of $499 per day per offense.
So they can still get fined, they just don't have to go to court?
Oh, no. They would still have to go to court. They would still have a trial, but the penalty would never be the possibility of jail time. Because the possibility of jail time is what triggers the right to a jury. It's what triggers the right to an attorney at the city's cost. A lot of the protections that the Constitution guarantees are for criminal offenses where your freedom is going to be taken. And this would take that component away.
Okay, since my neighbor just got, in trouble for blowing a piece of trash, I would agree with you. I am totally for this.
Councilmember Goff.
I would also like to give my support for this. It just seems like some of these things are like being out past curfew. And while it's probably not likely that a person would go to jail for that, I mean, why go to all that expense and time of having, an actual trial and providing the person with a public defendant or whatever all is involved in that? I think that this is going to benefit both sides of the issue, whatever these issues are. And I've looked and looked. I know it's all these numbers and everything else. It does. There are. I'm thinking, if I'm reading this right, repeat offenders could end up being a criminal offense.
Only as to chapters 10 and 11. And chapter 10 is your building codes, and chapter 11 is your unified development ordinance. So only as to those two chapters, a first offense is decriminalized, a second offense is not.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. It kept referring to all these numbers and I'm spinning around through here trying to find them. Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
I'll be brief. I think this makes a lot of sense and I support it for many of the reasons that Councilmember Goff listed. So thanks for your work here.
Me too. Anybody who wants to speak to the other side? Nope. Okay. All right. I think you're good to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Corey. All right. Moving into the 360 assessment prioritization and recommendations. I believe there is a presentation I will project. Who is going to be kicking us off?
Mayor, Council, good evening. This is a culmination of a lot of time and work, but we're finally getting there to the end. So if you won't mind going to the next slide.
Okay.
So tonight we're going to we provided in your packet the executive summary outlining our reprioritization of the 45 recommendations from the 360 assessment done by Barry Dunn. If you can go to the next slide. So this is just some of the dates, and you've seen these before of when we started, when we presented to council. And then right after this, in August, if you go to that slide. So on August 18th and 19th, command staff and some senior executive staff with the city, we sat down with Barry Dunn and we reprioritized those 45 recommendations. Some of the things that we also took into consideration during that reprioritization was, at that time we presented to council the 7-year staffing plan, additional priorities that were outside those original 45 recommendations, such as the Senate Bill 2217. We have to do some things involved with that. Also, the body-worn cameras. That program we're actually bringing to you next week. The contract for that, so we can kick that off early January and start on that process of implementation. Along with, one of our goals and long-term goals was become state accredited to make us, one of those premier, make us the premier law enforcement agency in the Metro Denver. Also, the need of things that, were critical to make sure that happened, what needs to happen right away. The scheduling, we have a lot going on with the restructuring of the police department. Within that first quarter, the implementation of the body-worn cameras, the CCPP board that I'll be talking about shortly, that we're also moving forward on. The resources available to us, again, with that 7-year staffing plan, do we have the bandwidth to make sure that we can get everything done? Plus, also on top of that, we also have police work to do in the city as well. So we want to just make sure that we're capable of getting these recommendations done. And then the budget, as everybody knows, with COVID and our sales tax and everything, city was hit pretty hard. So, so we had to tighten our belts. But again, I think, there's a lot of stuff that we can get started with and move forward with this next year. So if you want to go to the next slide. So after the command staff and city staff looked at the 45 recommendations and then looked at the goals and objectives within those, we sent it out to internal stakeholders who also had the ability to take a look at that, make sure that, especially the experts in their fields when it came to some of those things that we were trying to accomplish in those recommendations, to give us feedback if we're on the right track with some of the objectives, then also give us some tasks that we need to put in place that we can start on those and then achieve that, the objectives and then the goal for that actual recommendation. So in September, actually Commander Waltz is online as well tonight. We developed the executive summary in there. You got this in your packet, so you can pull that up. But one of the things that a lot of work went into this and how we broke it up, and she'll go over that, but it's an incredible document. It's an accountability piece for us, but it's also a blueprint to make sure within that document that, gives us guidelines of how to get these recommendations accomplished. So it's again, Commander Waltz put a lot of time and effort in this. She'll go over how we broke some of it down, but you can click on it in the table of summary. It takes you right there to the recommendation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commander Waltz, and she'll take you through the executive summary.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Little feedback.
If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide for me as well, please.
Okay.
So in that document, the implementation action tracking document, we created an action plan for all of the 45 recommendations. We identified a goal and objectives for each of those. We did initial action steps, and then we began to outline the performance measures or ways that we could actually measure the success for each one of those. Once we were done with that, we then took it to our internal stakeholders. We let them look through it, and then we got their input back from them just to make sure that we were on track with everything and we were being able to look at each one of those to make sure that those steps were going to fit with our timelines and the timeframes that we had identified. If you could go to the next page, please. So this document should look a little familiar to you. This was Barry Dunn's original outline of their prioritization, and they had the critical, high, and medium prioritization. So that was the 45 that they had. And if you go to the next slide, this is how we reprioritized them. So if you notice, there's still the 45 there, but we've now gone from their time of critical, medium, critical, high, and medium into short range, medium range, and long range. We did find that a lot of the things were kind of similar and that they kind of grouped together and tied together. So we bulked them together a little bit and then showed that if we could bulk them together in a group like that, that they might be able to be worked on together. So a lot of the critical and high priority that were in Barry Dunn's, we actually tied into that short range implementation timing. So if you look at that time frame is really that first, we're going to start in that first 6 months and then hope to get them completed within that first to second quarter of 2022. The medium range, we now are looking at starting somewhere in that second quarter of 2022 and then trying to complete, late 2023, early 2024. And then the long range starting in 2024 and then completing by the early of 2026. We do have 4 in there that we're going to reevaluate at some point and look to see if we're going to actually adopt them, modify them, or not implement them at all. In there also are those 3 that the chief mentioned earlier that we were talking about, which includes the Senate bill, the state accreditation, and obviously the body camera plan. So all those things tied into the what we looked at and how we were going to try to implement those. Now, in the document that you guys had included into the packet tonight is the implementation action tracking plan. Again, the very beginning of that has a table of contents. It shows how we actually grouped everything together. So one of those examples obviously is like victim-centered. So we saw all those things really tied in together. So they may have moved up in our priority just a little bit compared to what was in Barry Dunn's initial plan. But we figured if all those components work together, we might be able to work them in a little bit earlier. Some of them may have moved down just a little bit, but we really wanted to make sure that we captured everything very well. And I think you guys will find that the document's easy to step through. If you'll go down to the next page, please. Again, when you go through this document, you'll see that the timeframes are outlined for each action plan. At the very top of each action plan, it gives you how they're grouped by the categories. It shows the reprioritization, and then how each one of those reprioritizations is under those categories. We tried to give you that higher level view of the overarching goals and objectives on there. And we have this in an electronic version as well that can be provided to you so that you can click and go through it in an easier method as well. Also in the packet, we provided a 3-page example for you as well of one of the actual action plans. And if you could go to the next slide, we're going to go through that one of those on the slides as well. So this actually is tied into the CCPP, which we'll be talking a little bit later as well. So this is the police department's action plan for the CCPP. If you notice up top, it talks about Barry Dunn's recommendation, the finding that they had that they gave us. It talks about the recommendation number. And then what we did is we came up with our goal as in the police department, how we're going to do that. So we talked about the goal, and then we came up with 3 primary objectives. Now, these objectives may change or be modified or be added on to as the CCPP grows and expands. And so we'll be looking at that, but we came up with these as we were starting through the process. So this is the initial part of the action plan that you guys can see. We'll keep building on this as we go through. And again, it might change, and I think it probably will change, and we expect it to change as we go. If you could go down to the next page, please. Then we go into what we're going to be doing as our action steps. If you look through those action steps, we have several on this page and the next page that just really kind of list, hey, how is this going to progress, and how can we track this, and who's going to be the owner on this, and then what are those timelines? And we'll build those out as the CCPP gets built. And again, talks about different things, this, who's going to be on the advisory board, who's going to be the selection, how we're going to do the selection process. Some other things in here, what are the specific pathways? So each one of these things will be listed for each of the action plans. And if you'll go to the next slide, it shows a few more of those steps that we started looking at. So we really went through each one of the things that we thought would fill in with this particular plan, how it would work, and what some of those steps we thought would be. So this is what each one of the action plans will look like. And then if you go down to the next page, you'll see then that we actually have some updates as well. So on the next page, you'll see that we started filling in some of the dates. And in your guys' package, you'll see that as well. We put in some descriptions. We put those what those descriptions would be for it, the notes towards it. I know. Mayor, would you mind moving down to the next page, please? So here's some of the things that we've done over the last few months. It talks about that we worked with Barry Dunn on there, shows those notes, started working on the recommendations for the models for the CCPP, then the presentation of the recommendations. And then on the next page, one more down, please, Mayor. You'll see then that we are tracking our activities. So this is our accountability piece as well, that we're showing all the things that we're doing. So for every recommendation, we'll be able to track the activities and the updates to it, and then be able to present this at some point if we need to. So everything that we've done so far with the CCPP action plan, you guys have a version of that in your packet as well. So at this point, we've done some things. We've made our recommendations. These have been presented. The community co-production policing implementation strategic plans being presented. And then obviously there's some things coming up such as the community outreach. So we've started tracking that on this document as well. So in your packet tonight, you guys have the executive summary, which shows all the 45 recommendations, which include the initial objectives and goals for each one of the 45 recommendations and the reprioritizations, so you guys can see that. You see an example of the actual action plans that we've done. We did it for the CCPP, so you guys can see that as well. And then if you can go to the next slide for me. So the next steps that we have after this is basically we've developed our road plan, our roadmap, or our blueprint on how we're going to move forward from this. So how we can start moving on our 45 recommendations. Barry Dunn will be working with us now on our strategic plan on how we're going to incorporate these, the new prioritization of our recommendations. And then they're also going to be providing us the technical assistance to then move us to that next level of becoming that premier agency in Colorado. And next slide. The chief and I are still here for any questions.
Any questions for our team? I mean, I can start by saying this is an incredible amount of work, and you can tell that so much thought went into it, and it looks great. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? We have a quiet group. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a question specifically about this presentation, but I am having issues accessing the packet for some reason. And I didn't know if other folks were also having that problem. I was trying to go back through and look at a couple of things.
No, I have it.
I just texted Bob because Catherine texted me, so waiting to hear to see if he or Joanna, if you might know what's going on.
Thank you.
I don't know. Well, I think Mayor Pro Tem or Councilmember Malika.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank both Chief May and Heidi for an amazing presentation. That was really great. Thank you for that update. I really appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. I know that this is a very large project, and so I appreciate how you guys, pieced it out really nicely. So thank you for that. And then, Chief, I did have a quick question for you, just to be very brief about it. But regarding the elections tomorrow and the level that Denver is at, is there concerns for the city of Northglenn?
At this point, we have not any information in regards to, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We've been in contact with surrounding agencies. Actually, I talked to a commander in Denver. They're planning for the worst if there's stuff that happens down there. However, we haven't received any intelligence from Kayak. I sent out an email earlier that we're going to monitor. We're going to do some extra patrol. We only have that one drop-off box here in Northglenn, so we don't have any polling places. So we don't expect any issues really in our area, but we're going to be visible, so people feel safe while they drop off their ballots here in Northglenn. And again, we're just going to be on alert if something happens in a surrounding agency that do have polling places that we can provide assistance to them. But at this point, we don't see or we haven't heard of any information that puts our businesses or anything else at risk here in Northglenn. But we will monitor tomorrow and track on what's going on, and we will send something out if anything, if we hear of anything.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, I missed the email.
Councilmember Goff.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just also wanted to echo the sentiments that we've already heard, that I can appreciate that this was a lot of hard work. I was trying to go through the packet a little bit more in more detail, but I can't access it. It says the server is unavailable or something. So anyway, so I go just from what I can remember from what I looked at it earlier, lots of good detail as this is put together in a way that makes sense. I think things are going to get done. And, you know, I'm looking forward to our conversation in a couple minutes here on the CCPP, if I got it right. And then also thank you for your looking into and thinking about what might or might not happen tomorrow. We're going to hope that everybody remains calm. We may not have any definite results about the national elections tomorrow anyway. So I appreciate you speaking to that tonight. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I was in the packet doing so well, and now I am also kicked out. So the presentation, I will not be able to present. So if Bob is able to do that, he can try, but otherwise it will just be an audio presentation of the next item, the CCPP Community Advisory Board implementation. Heather?
A suggestion, Joanna, is it possible for you to email all of council the PDF file?
I just did.
Oh, okay.
So if everyone wants to check their email, I just sent the last 3 packet items.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're having a server issue. Bob just texted me, so he's trying to get that figured out right now. So thanks for your patience.
Okay, I'm opening it and I'll share it in just a minute. It's opening slowly. All right, Chief, you're up.
All right. Again, thank you so much. Actually, I'm pretty excited to present this tonight because it seems like we're getting really close to make sure that this is a reality. So if you go to the next slide, Mayor. So we received direction that we would bring forward the CCPP Police Community Advisory Board. If you go to the next slide. So I know it's been a tongue twister, but the community co-production policing, and we talked about internally changing that name. But again, I think it has a seed in Obama's 21st century policing, and I think that's super important because it was only in there in a short, brief sentence or two, but it makes a lot of sense. And as we talked about it, and if you guys learned about it, I think. That name has grown on me, but if you guys want to change it, because I know it's a mouthful, but let us know. But the CCPP Police Community Advisory Board, I think that's what staff's recommending moving forward with. If you would go to the next slide. So again, this board with the CCPP, it's that belief that the community is going to take an incredible part and shaping and designing our policies and some of our procedures, and for the future of how they want to be, how they see their police department policing them in the future. It's a new approach. And one thing is, it builds on our strengths of our, we have a strong community policing philosophy and foundation here in Northglenn. And this just takes us to the next level. It's going to be transformational. I think, other communities are going to look at what we're doing here in Northglenn. And so I consider us the tip of the spear when it comes into the future and how we provide service for our communities, and really bring in the marginalized groups, to the table. And that's super important right now. If you want to go to the next slide. So again, that, reducing fractionalism, building that trust between our residents and our police department, being transparent in our policies and procedures and how we're doing things. And then balance of the influence. And again, I talked about that just a little bit ago of sharing the table with our community members, and that everybody has a voice. And I think that's the exciting part about this direction that we're going to. So next slide, please. So again, with the things that we're trying to put forward, we feel it's going to increase community trust, definitely enhance public safety, and then also improve racial diversity, equity within our community. Next slide. So again, this is not so different from some of the other boards that council's putting together. So the recommendation is, 11 total. So we have that odd number, one resident from each ward, youth at large member, 3 designated positions, one from the Fraternal Order of Police. It was felt that staff that city manager and myself would not sit on this board. We would be there for a resource and help and guide. But I thought it was important for, people on some of those pathways that are the experts in those fields would sit on that. Also having someone from the North Metro Fire Rescue District, another first responder. And then 3 at-large members from the professional community service providers. If you look back in the memo, we things that were highlighted that we can advertise to the people to get involved. We have the youth, the Link, the Ralston House, CASA, adult protective services, maybe a member from there, our faith groups within our community, education, maybe, someone maybe from the school district, mental health. We have a great relationship with the Community Reach Center. We're doing other things, trying to do other things with them as well in the future too. So they're a great partner. Adams County Homeless Task Force, again, trying to reach out and publicize this to as many groups within our community or that serves our community as possible to be a part of this board. Next. Yeah. So some of the board requirements, I think it's one of those things where it goes on the philosophy of, for police officers, our philosophy is, the better you know your community, the better police service you can provide. And I think that's important too, is having some type of training for people that want to sit on the board, either going through our Citizens Academy or develop a mini Citizens Academy where we kind of give an overview of why we do what we do. I think that's real important. It'll help build a foundation for them, during these meetings. Again, some of the other requirements: attend regular meetings. Try to get feedback from other community members and report back to the board during those meetings. Always be respectful and professional. And then make sure that if they receive any sensitive information, that they keep that confidential. Next slide. So we're looking at the board eligibility. Must be a Northglenn resident, unless they're applying for the at-large position, and that could come from one of the groups I just talked about. Sign a confidentiality disclosure. Must go through a legal criminal background information. And Again, the age group, I missed that. 18 years old, unless you're one of the youth positions, and you need to be 16 years old. Next slide, please. So council members will recommend their ward's representatives. And again, that process limits to interviews with 5 applicants. Mayor and 2 council members will also interview the youth and the 3 at-large positions. I will recommend, and again, I'll reach out to the FOP organization, the fire department, and see if they have people interested that would like to serve on the board as well. And then I will bring those members forward to council with my recommendation. So in your packet, there was actually an application process or an application form that you guys can look at and see if anything needs to be added. Again, it'll be online, that they can print it off of our website. Next one. So how fast are we going to move to make sure this happens? So one of the things, Corey's preparing an ordinance, and the first reading will happen November 23rd. December 14th, we'll bring it back for a second reading. Then we're going to open it up and advertise it within, try to get the word out there that this is available between November and January 15th. Hopefully get the city council interviews done, that last week of January. Then bring those appointees back to council towards the end of February. First board meeting in March. And then also Barry Dunn and Associates will come back and actually work with that group and help that group move forward and get out and start doing some community listening sessions and again, develop a work plan and identify different pathways where they feel that, in different groups that, where they feel the police department, can use their help and assistance in developing. It could be some policies or use of, evaluating use of force or so again, it's, that's why Heidi said earlier, when we're developing this, there's a lot of things that can happen and change over the next year. And that's because of the input of us inviting them to the table with their ideas. Next. And so the city manager, I know she's put a ton of work into this as well. So I will ask her if she has anything to add, if I missed anything.
Thanks, Chief. One thing that I would add for council's benefit is we're recommending that RUPA serve as the staff liaison to this advisory board. As Chief mentioned, we had discussion about him as well as myself not being directly on the board because we're in positions of authority and power. So I've talked with Rupa and she believes given there'll be a transition with the homelessness task force and the timing that we've designed with this advisory board, she can assume the staff liaison role. Sarah Verver will also be involved from the police department in terms of taking minutes. I made a notation that Corey will be involved as legal support is needed as well.
Okay, we have 4 hands so far. So we'll start with Councilmember Goff, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Mullica, and then Councilmember Witkovich.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I had 2 or 3 things I'd like to comment on. One is you have the training for these people should be, you had listed either going through a Citizens Police Academy or doing a mini police academy training designed specifically for the board. And my comment on that is, I think that even people who have gone through the Citizens of Police Academy, should be involved in whatever this kind of training is. I think of it as kind of a team building thing. So I wouldn't even, necessarily mention, that like it sounds almost like if they went through Citizens Police Academy, then they don't have to participate in the other meeting. And I kind of feel like they should. I'm kind of thinking of that along the lines of the diversity board, that there is a special training that the whole entire, board is going to go through. And that is, I'm envisioning as like some kind of a get to know each other better, get to hear different people's perspectives as a whole group, and a good team building effort. So I would encourage that sort of thing rather than saying, if you've already done this, you don't have to participate. That's my opinion on that. And then I noticed that you had something about, it seems like if someone had a criminal record from in the past, as long as it wasn't the exemption you had, like the sex offender and somebody on parole, that they could participate on this if they could prove or have some evidence of rehabilitation. I'm just kind of wondering what you think that would be. Like what's, someone who's been through, and had to go to jail or spend time in prison or just go through a court process might be a really valuable voice to have on this committee. So I'm just kind of wondering, are we going to make it harder for someone like that to participate? Or what is it going to be really clear that people could still participate in this even if they had a criminal record?
Heather, do you want me to answer that?
Yep, go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, go ahead, Corey.
There's actually a state statute that that we're using the language and mirroring the language from. So we purposely leave it open-ended so that someone can describe their own form of rehabilitation. So it may mean something as simple, like being a productive member of society for X number of years, working, full-time job. We didn't want to be specific as to how to show rehabilitation, but state law does this as well, where if you show evidence of rehabilitation, then we can evaluate it. But we did not want to identify what that means because it could mean something different for any number of different people.
So then I'm wondering, where in the process is that evidence going to need to be presented? Is it going to need to come along with the application or at the interview, or I don't know?
With the application when it's submitted.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then my last comment or question is, I hadn't heard or read anything in here about a city council member being a liaison or ex officio or whatever we're calling that term. Is that something that we are still deciding, or you don't think we really need to have, or what was the thinking on that?
Yeah, actually that was completely my oversight. So it would be appropriate for council to have a liaison if you'd like one. So my apologies for that.
Oh, okay, no problem. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So I'm trying to look, is there a term? Is this, 3-year term? Sorry, I found it myself. Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Chief, for bringing this to us this evening. I'm actually really excited that all of our various conversations over this past year have brought us to this point. So thanks for your continuing to move forward. I guess I just have a couple of questions about first with the Citizens Police Academy. Can you tell me a little bit about how you envision that, I guess, kind of taking place? Because when I think about previous Citizens Academies and the way that the program's been run, there's been a requirement that you participate in a session every Wednesday evening for a certain number of weeks. And I know I have definitely wanted to do the Citizens Academy for years now, but that schedule was always really prohibitive for me. And I want to make sure that, when we're bringing new folks on to this board, that it's not a barrier for them as well. So have you given any thought to how you'll be able to make that program, I guess, more inclusive and accessible? And I think, to Catherine's point, a team building opportunity?
Yeah, I think one thing here that we have an advantage of is we work 24 hours a day. And so some of our instructors, and so I think we can be very flexible. And once the individuals are identified on that committee, we can send out of what days, what times work the best for them. And then, we'll be able to probably put something together that would work for all of them. And again, it's going to be, so the mini academy, I love the idea of the team building aspect of it, because I think that, again, you're in a group and you want to build trust and everything else amongst that group. So I think, and again, I think we have some great team building exercises that we can do, and also incorporate some of the training that goes along with it when it comes to law enforcement. So you got my wheels turning on how we can do some of that. And again, that's it's going to be great, and we will make sure that we provide training and everything else, and we'll make sure we get those things in place so they understand the police department, but also the responsibilities of that group of when they come forward, and provide training for them. Again, some of the anti-bias training too that we can provide as well. So.
Awesome. Okay, so here's another complicating factor. Are you thinking that most of it is going to be virtual, just given that comes, January, February, the likelihood of us still combating this pandemic is very real? Like, totally. Have you thought about how you might manage that?
Totally depressed me. I need to get.
I know. I'm sorry, but I had to ask.
Again, we can probably do something virtual. I'd hate to, because I think it's so important to to have that contact and have, but again, we will adjust, we'll make it happen, because in the end, we really want to make sure that we're getting out in the community at the end of March and April to really engage the rest of our residents. So we'll plan for that, but that's just so depressing. I'm over, this stuff, and so hopefully something happens here soon. But
okay, well, I appreciate that. So what I'm hearing is you're going to reassess towards March, and based on the interest of participants, and that way we're not, excluding any folks that are immune compromised, for example. Cool. Okay. All right. Thanks for that. And then the other question I had was around the number and the balance of the folks that are represented on the commission. So if I did my math right, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I counted that we would have approximately 5 out of the 11 representatives that would be Northglenn residents. So 6 folks could possibly not be Northglenn residents. Is that right?
Again, I think it depends on the groups. I mean, there's a lot of people that's on some of the groups we're going to reach out to that are Northglenn residents as well. So it doesn't say that the 3 at-large members have to be outside our community. So you're going to make me do math, and I'm still on daylight savings.
I know. I already depressed you. Now you're doing math. Things are really.
I'll help you out, Chief.
Thanks.
Potentially, yes, is the answer to your question, Mayor Pro Tem. And part of our thinking behind the addition of the 3 community service providers and then the 3 designated positions was to provide a different makeup and balance with this advisory board compared to our other boards. So less emphasis, not to minimize residency, because that's not what we're trying to do, but to cast a broader net to really capture individuals, professionals who have expertise and experience in the different areas, everything from mental health to, first responders, as Chief mentioned. And so it was a very different intentional approach that we took with this design.
Okay, I appreciate the insight there. I guess I was just trying to understand, I know we're really striving for balance here, and I would be really sad if there was a situation in which, we had all of the residents with one opinion, and then everybody else with a separate opinion. So I guess I was just looking to see more residents included instead of fewer, but I'm willing to give the process a try and see how things shake out with the application. And I guess my one last thing, I'm sorry, Chief, you're probably not going to love this either. But I'm wondering if there's, as we're going through this process, if we can think of a better name for the Citizens Academy, because we've got a diversity of residents living in Northglenn. Some of them are not U.S. citizens. Some of them are green card holders or DACA recipients. And I know that based on the eligibility criteria that they would be eligible to serve here if they, on the committee, if they are a Northglenn resident. So maybe as we think about ways to adapt for the COVID pandemic potentially in March, we can give it a new shiny name as well. Thank you.
Really quickly on the question of membership. So Heather, when we add the council liaison and the staff liaison of RUPA, that doesn't change the number. Does it make it 13 or does it keep it 11 with 2 liaison positions?
Well, I wasn't counting Rupa. I was counting her as a staff. Well, she's a staff liaison, so not serving on the board as in a voting member. So if you add the council liaison, that would make it 12.
That was my question.
So I mean, we could make it 13 by adding Rupa to it if council's comfortable with that.
I guess my recommendation would be that the council position wouldn't necessarily have a vote. And so it would stay 11, which Corey's nodding. It would stay 11, but then you would just have the 2 positions. Yeah. Corey, do you want to speak to that or are you just nodding?
No, I think that's exactly right. That it would be, if it's an ex officio member, it need not be a voting member. So you can keep it at an odd number without including the council member as a voting member.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, the council member would be an additional resident to Mayor Pro Tem's point, but yeah. Okay. Councilmember Malika.
All right. So I have a couple of questions. First off, I know the previous 2 speakers talked about it briefly, so I'll just highlight it. So the Citizens Academy as a requirement for applying, I think those words should just be kind of scratched, just because I really think, I don't want people to think that that's a deterrent. And then plus, I always kind of imagine, this group kind of coming together and being trained moving forward together. I think it's great if we have Citizens Academy alumni apply. I know we're going to have some. That's not even going to be a question. But I don't want it to be a deterrent for other ones. And plus, I could already think of a resident in Ward 3 that I know is going to apply, but she wasn't able to do Citizens Academy this year because of COVID. So, I mean, I think those folks who are already on the horizon and interested are going to be in there. And then for those who are, maybe a little more meek, don't want to see this as another barrier. One question I did have is for the legal information, so like the background checks and stuff. I may have missed it somewhere else, but why are we asking those questions for this board or for this group?
You want me to answer?
Yeah, whoever.
So, Corey mentioned earlier some of the things that we look at on the state level. A lot of things that they're going to have access to, right? So some of the information, everything else. We have CCIC, NCIC requirements that we have to make sure that they're secured, and so we just have to make sure that the background checks come back where they're telling us that the truth on their applications, and then we evaluate that from there. So, but again, if they have violent crime, domestic violence within the last couple of years, or again, we can reevaluate some of that. Again, but I agree with what's been said too. A lot of time and everything else, people people change and everything else. So we'll make sure we keep that in consideration because they do bring a different perspective, right?
Okay.
Even though when, we hire police officers, if they have a past, we look at, what that past is and, what they've done since then to become, a productive resident in our community.
Okay. No, I think that's helpful. And sorry if I missed that. But my next question would be, is there any way that we could put like in the application or something that the reasons why we're asking for this information? And then just in case if you did have, a record that you're not automatically going to be excluded, unless you had, I think you had a registered sex offender currently on probation or parole. And that way just people feel like, okay, I understand why they're asking this. And, I could still be considered even though I have a record. I don't want people to think of like, they ask the question, I know that they're not going to take me. Because I think that they could bring a very valuable perspective. And then my final comment is again also about the number of residents on the board, and the reason for that is so in your hold on, I'm going back to look for it. So in the proposed goals, it's 1, reducing fractionalism, 2, creating transparency, and 3, the balance of influence, empowering residents to get involved in shaping the vision for our public safety services. And knowing that there is the possibility of only having 5 out of the 11 members be residents just doesn't seem, I think, appropriate, given that the whole point of this is to empower residents. And so I think, if anything, there should be a majority of them residents in the committee or in the board. And so I know, there's possible that one of the 3 appointed positions could be a Northglenn resident, but what if it's not? And we end up with a board that only has 5 residents and are, the minority on the board. So I feel uncomfortable about that. Maybe even if we want to include 2 more positions that are just board members, resident board members, and I'm okay with the mayor and the 2 council member committee, like appointing those at large or something like that. That process really worked well with the equity board, where we were able to kind of forward on applications up for further consideration. But I do just feel like we need to make sure that residents have a majority of seats on this board. It kind of goes with the purpose of creating it. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Witkovich.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Mullica about a majority of residents. I think that's pretty important for this board. Also, going back to the name of the board, I would vote for it to just be the CCPP Advisory Board. I think adding police community in there is a little redundant and it makes it super long. I don't know what everyone else would think about that, but those are my thoughts on that. I also kind of agree with the board membership requirements in order to maintain membership on the board. The first one is be an alumni of the Citizens Academy or go through the mini Citizens Academy. I love the Citizens Academy. I think I did the last one that was able to occur and it's very beneficial, but I think it's really hard now. It doesn't look like it's a requirement for eligibility. Like you could still be considered for the board, even if you haven't done that. But I think maybe we scrapped that and it's no longer a requirement for membership. And instead you have like a yearly training or whatever that the board members do. I just think, I think Councilmember Wilford mentioned how difficult it would be to do. And so that's my idea about that. I was also curious about when the regularly scheduled meetings would occur. Is it going to be a monthly thing, quarterly thing, or twice a month? Has there been any thought about that yet?
It would be.
Sorry if I missed it.
The advisory board would meet monthly.
Okay, and then I understand there's the other listening tours that would probably be aside from that. But yeah, I was just curious about that. Okay, I agree with all of this. aside from the comments that I just made, thank you for all of this, and I'm looking forward to moving forward with it.
Councilmember Escobar.
Got my turn off quick this time. Being a graduate of the Citizens Police Academy, Jim, I want to say that having that requirement is probably not a good thing. I think you're going to create, you're going to run them through a similar program anyway. So I would invite them to apply and encourage them to apply, but I wouldn't make it a requirement. That's my opinion. And I'd like to see the ward representatives increased to 2. I think 1 per ward is 4 guaranteed, well, maybe 5 guaranteed residents. And if 1 or 2 are absent, how many meetings do people attend 100% of the time? If you're on a committee or a board or a council, everybody has things that come up. They can't make a meeting, blah, blah, blah. I would like to see that increase to 2 per ward. What's the difference between 11 and 15? You're going to have 2 or 3 absent anyway. You're probably in the ballpark. I think you did a great job in putting all this together. My kudos and comments to you and city manager and staff, because this is long overdue. And I'm, like everybody else, very excited to see it come to be. I think the transparency piece, the community involvement piece, the education piece, and this will continue over the years. Long after you and I are gone, this will still be going on. This will be great for our community or the city of Northglenn. So that's my comments. Thank you.
So I think the difference between 11 and 15 is actually a lot. It's 4 people, but it's a lot to manage when you're trying to bring people together. So I hear what people are saying about having more resident input. I agree with Councilmember Malika that perhaps we can add some at-large members, and I would be willing to trade maybe 1 for 1, have an additional at-large member, and then take away from one of the community members so that the number stays 11, but then we have a balance of 6-5 instead that's guaranteed. I could see that without adding a ton of members. And the process did work really well to have the at-large member with the last board. And so that would be my recommendation. I worry about the group getting too large, but I hear people saying that we should have more community resident voices. I do love the addition of someone from the North Metro Fire District. I think that's a great partnership, and that's a really unique person to bring on to this advisory board. So I really like that one. And I just love all the work that went into it. It has come at, after a lot of conversation. And I can tell that staff really leaned in and heard. They heard the residents, they heard council, and they heard the residents again, they heard council again, and you pulled together something pretty great. So thank you for that. Councilmember Goff, is that a new hand?
Yes, just real quick, I wanted to echo some of the other things I've heard. I think as Councilmember Witkovich said, a shorter name is better. So I like her idea of the CCPP Advisory Board. After a while, that'll just come slipping off my tongue. And then I do also think that more resident members is a good idea. But 15 is a lot. I mean, I would have to say, I think the mayor's idea, if everyone else agrees, I think that's a really good solution to that problem. And then again, I just wanted to thank you, Chief, and everybody else who worked on this. This is really well thought out, and I think we're going to have another really good board.
Councilmember Brown.
I also agree with Meredith with Mayor, with the at-large members. 15 is just too many people to try to round up opinions and things like that. So I do agree that there should be more residents of Northglenn that are not residents of Northglenn, obviously. I agree with the shorter name. I don't think, to Councilmember Wilford's point, I don't think that the city can change the name of the Citizens Police Academy. I believe that is a separate organization that is not affiliated with the city of Northglenn. So I don't think we can change that, but I'm sure that Chief can look into it for us. That's all I have to say.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other final comments? Councilmember Escobar? Oh, you're muted still.
The difference between 15 and 11 is 4. It's not too much. You know, I think that if you want community involvement, you need to involve the community. And I stand by my recommendation to increase it to 2 per ward. Thank you.
Well, so we have a couple of thoughts there. I do have I see Councilmember Peterson. What do you have?
I like it as it is with the exchange of the at-large versus of a community group, and I like it at 11. I want this organization to work and communicate, and Chief is going to work on team building and putting that together, and I think that's a way of making it effective.
One of the things, Councilmember Escobar, that you said was, you know, sometimes people miss meetings. That was one of my favorite parts of the ordinance, is that there is an attendance requirement. That if they're not going to attend meetings regularly, then they don't get to stay on the board. So I think attendance, I liked that was in there. Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to agree with my Ward 4 colleague in that I would really love to see 2 members per ward included. I think that we've got boards and commissions that have more than 11 folks, and I think this is intended to be a space for our community. And while I very much appreciate your compromise, I just wanted to voice that I'm with Antonio on this one.
Well, should we make an actual proposal so we can figure out where we all sit with that, so that staff can figure out how to adjust the ordinance? So one proposal was to keep it at 11 and just trade out, and have it be 2 community service members. I think you call them professional, I lost the document, sorry, professional community members for an at-large. And then the other proposal is to add 2 ward members. So I guess we'll just go with the proposal for the trade out. So do you want to keep the ordinance with 11 members, knowing that we will have 13 voices at the table already? So it would just be the trade out and have an at-large member and 2 professional service members. So who is interested in that? Just 3 of us. We lost Joyce. She lost completely.
Is Becky around?
What?
Is Becky around?
Oh yeah, where did Becky go? She's there. I don't know. Well, she seemed to like the idea a minute ago, so I think we're tied. So I'm not quite sure what to do there. Joyce had to drop off. Councilmember Goff.
Okay. I don't want this to drag on forever, and maybe this is just going to confuse things, but if we made the council member a voting member and just added one more at-large member, that would give us the odd number of people and add 2 more residents. So
can you run that math again for me?
Okay, if we just add one more member from our community, another resident, that would have to be, I guess, an at-large member, and then make the city council person a voting member, you would have an odd number of people for voting, so you wouldn't have the ties, and you'd have 2 more residents. So it wouldn't be an unwieldy, or, well, I guess it's a matter of opinion. It wouldn't be 15, it would be 13. So I don't know if that makes that much more difference or not, but.
No, I like that idea. I'm just, when I do the math, I end up with an even number. That's why I'm confused. All right, so are you still doing the swap?
No. Right now, there's a total of 11 people. So I'm just thinking, and that's not counting the city council member.
Right.
So we're adding 2 more, the city council member and an at-large resident. So that takes it from 11 to 13.
Okay, I like that idea. Councilmember Brown?
Meredith, I'd like to support your plan. In all of our other boards, and I'm just bringing this up because on no other board does a city council person have a vote. They don't at the Planning Commission. They don't at Parks and Recreation. The only place that the council person has a vote is with NURA because it sits outside the city. Is that correct, Heather or Debbie? I think it sits out the city as a separate group. So I am not in favor of a city council member voting on this board. But I do agree with your plan other than that, Meredith. Is everybody frozen? Or are you all out there? Julie, quit laughing. I can tell you can hear me.
You're muted, Meredith.
Unmute Meredith.
It's not very often we get to say that, huh?
Councilmember Escobar.
Thank you. Can we identify these people again? 4 of them are 1 from each ward. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then can we put a name to the other members, whoever they are?
One youth.
One youth. One youth.
Large youth member.
3 designated positions, a Fraternal Order of Police member, a police department non-command supervisor, staff member, and then a North Metro Fire District member, and 3 at-large community service providers. So that should total 11.
Okay, so the 3 at-large, are they Northglenn residents or are they people from outside of Northglenn?
They could be Northglenn residents, but they're intended to be professionals from community service providers. So again, staff took an approach at looking at community in a broader sense. So not just looking at residency. So that's where the 3 at-large members came from. So potentially they could happen to, say, work for a community reach center and live in Northglenn, but the residency piece wouldn't be a requirement as designed, say.
Okay. And the 3 designated positions, you have 2 from the police department. You have a FOP member and then you have non-command supervisory staff. How about eliminating one of those? I mean, it should be about community and police. It shouldn't be about, having more influence. Sarah's with the police department, although she's not a voting member, but she'll be there for note taking. Then you have two Northglenn police employees, probably neither of them are Northglenn residents. So I'm trying to get to a point where I can see more residents than non-residents on this board. But I still would like to see the council move to two per ward. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
I feel like this has gotten really complicated and we all have ideas. But I appreciate what Antonio just said in terms of like, can we do 2 council members per each ward? I think it's going to be absolutely impossible to choose just one person. And I think our wards are all very different. I'm wondering if we did 2 from each ward, if per what Antonio just said, we could do 2 FOP and then 1 at-large person, if that might be a way to keep it to 11. Well, I appreciate the other perspectives around the community providers. I think this is obviously going to be a public meeting, and we can always invite them in to provide presentations or provide feedback on any of the different things that the advisory board is considering. I don't know that they have to be permanent members. And I also agree with Becky. We're having a lot of agreements tonight that the council liaison shouldn't be a voting member.
And I think that makes sense too. I think where we're going down a road of recreating this entire board with all the different ideas, I think maybe we need to just get a handle on. It seems like there's support for more residents than non-residents. That seems to be something that we've all agreed on at some point. How we get there, we have, I don't know, I think 4 different ideas on the table. And so to help our staff move forward, because they have a draft ordinance in place, I did hear more support for just trading out a professional community service provider. If we also want to trade out a designated position, maybe the Fraternal Order of Police or a police department non-command, because you could end up with 2 FOP members, I guess, depending on who they are. So I don't know how Chief feels about that. I'm sure I personally support having 2 members of the police department on this board of 11. I think that's fair. But if that was, a way to get another one, I think we're still looking at 6-5. But we never really finished that discussion because Becky had wandered off and Joyce lost connection. So let's see if we can get back to, maybe I'll put it another way. Raise your hand if you would like to have 2 residents per ward. So I see 4. And we're all here. Well, there's 5. There's Antonio. He's got to hold his hand up. Okay. So now you have 2 residents per ward. So now we have 8 people there. So do you want to continue with all the other ones? I mean, because now we could just go, I don't know. If nobody cares how big this group is, I do think it's going to be hard to manage. I don't recommend going over 15 people. I just don't. It is hard enough to do this with the 9 of us, to think about how important this board is if you make it too big. And we've got all these extra people. I'm very concerned about that. I loved the balance that they created. And so I don't necessarily want to take people off the table. I think the professional service providers are there. So if the vote then becomes going to have 4 extra people and be 15 instead of 11, I think that's fine. Somebody else can run it. Councilmember Brown.
First of all, I did not run away. I ran away to the restroom. I think you all probably would have appreciated that. I think that I can't believe I'm going to do it again tonight or again. I'm going to agree with Jenny with the 3 at-large members from professional community services. I've always been a proponent of bringing them in. I think they can come in as an individual process or a meeting. But I would be more than willing to give up at least 2 of them. And I also don't agree that the board should be bigger than 11. I think that it gets things get very tense when you have so many people on a board. You can't accomplish anything and you spin your wheels. So I'd like to see it not go above 11. So however we can make that work, maybe that one youth at large member becomes a resident member. I don't know. But I am not in favor for this board being bigger than.
Councilmember Witkovich.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree with knocking down the at-large community member to 1. That would bring us to 13. Alternatively, I would keep it the same and add 2 resident at-large members. And then that way we have 7 residents and 5 potentially non-residents. That's another idea, and I don't want to confuse things, but I would agree with Councilmember Wilford, and then that's my alternative.
Can you repeat that? I didn't follow it. I'm sorry.
Sure. If we just keep it as is, 4 ward members, or a member from each ward, 1 youth at large, 3 designated, 3 at large, that's our 11. I would suggest adding 2 residents that are at large, taken from all of the wards. So then we get 7 residents, and then 6 potentially non-residents. So it's a little more even with more residents. So that would just be as is, adding 2 at-large resident positions.
I think we've circled back. I think that's what Catherine said a minute ago, maybe, or was close to it. I think that's great. So I don't know. I like that one better than the other one. We are just circling around. Councilmember Mulligan.
So that would make the board 13 members for Ashley's plan. And that's what I recommended originally, is just adding 2 more at-large resident positions. Maybe is that a compromise we could do with this group? So we would technically have 7 resident positions. And then the at-large residents would actually just be applicants from the wards, like we did last time. I feel like that's a good compromise. And then we give us 13. That way it's not 15, and that way it's not 11. We can meet in the middle. I'm okay with that.
Councilmember Goff.
Yeah, I've kind of circled back around too. I think that is a good compromise, and to streamline the position or the process, we don't advertise an at-large. I think each ward just sends 1 extra person forward, and then we'll pick those at-large members from that group of people. I think that I would be quite happy with that in terms of it's not 15, but we will have more residents.
Got it. Anyone like that idea? I've got 4 people on board with that.
My numbers still say 12. How do we get to 11? You got 4 from the ward, 2 at large from the 4 wards. You have 1 youth, and you have 3 designated. That's 10. So
And So
Easy to-
large.
what's projected is exact, so it's keeping everything exactly the same and adding 2 more at-large residents.
Adding 2 more. So you'd have a total of 5 at-large residents? Is that what you're saying?
No. Just adding 2 at-large residents. So it would be +2, 11 +2.
Math was my favorite subject. I don't get it.
So we would have so on this top bullet, you have 4.
Right.
You have the youth at large makes 5.
Right.
He's adding 2 at large, gives us a total of 7 residents.
Right.
Should be stay in place.
So the other 4, who are they?
The other 4?
Yeah, you have 7. Who are the other 4?
7. Well, then there's 6. There's the 3 and 3. Do you see the slide I'm projecting?
Yes, but
Okay.
I can see the 3 at-large members, and then I see a bunch of faces. So I need to move it up.
Faces, maybe. Yeah. Or, so everything on this slide stays the same, just adding 2 additional at-large residents.
Okay. Three at-large members. The 3 designated positions and the 3 designated at-large members is 6.
Yes.
And 7.
Yes.
We're settling on 13.
Yes, that's the current proposal on the table.
Okay, the difference between 13 and 15 is only 2.
It is.
I can live with that.
Excellent. I think we have reached a compromise.
Councilmember Downing asked me to express that, and I know she sent this to me in a text because of the technical difficulties, that she had agreed with your compromise, Mayor. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay, thank you. I think now we're compromising further. So, Chief, did you get all that? Okay. Well, it is still really remarkable that we got this far in this short amount of time. This is very exciting. So thank you for your work. And it's going to be a really good thing for our city. Thank you. All right, we have one final item. Debbie Tuttle has been hanging in there.
Hello again. Hello. I know you're all tired, so I'll try to make this as quick as possible. First of all, thank you very much for allowing us to put this on at the last minute. It is time sensitive, so we do appreciate you listening to it. So you all know that Adams County's moved into level 3, and businesses are at 25% capacity now. And they continue to have to invest in new equipment and PPE to keep their customers safe and to stay open. That's the bottom line. Tonight, I wanted to provide a quick update on the BIB, Business Improvement, a Business is Back grant, and to seek interest from City Council on several amendments to the existing grant. So just for purposes of the public listening and as a reminder to the City Council, the Business is Back was funded by CARES Act funding. Council approved $500,000 in July. The grant expired last Friday. We did do one extension on it, but at this point, the grant has expired. We've issued 88 grants, approved $229,960 as of 10/29. We meet on Thursdays and all the grants, that's what we had approved. Friday was the deadline, again, for the grant to expire. We received 18 new grants on Friday, which aren't included in that original number, for approximately $52,000, $51,636. So if all of those 18 grants are actually approved for that amount, that would total 106 grants that we will have approved, leaving $219,505 left over. Just as FYI, the average grant is around 2,670. Of the 24 grantees of the 88, 24 of those exceeded over $5,000. And again, the not to exceed amount for the grant was $5,000, but there was 24 of the 88 that did require more than $5,000. They only got $5,000. The current eligible use of funds, as you know, are PPE, equipment and operational supplies, workplace and physical space modifications. In June, Council approved the temporary outdoor business expansion program to assist restaurants to accommodate more outside seating because they were at that time at 50%, but of course they needed more capacity for and to extend their seating capacity outside because the weather was nice. So Texas Roadhouse, Cracker Barrel, The Glen, Bad Daddy's, and Periodic Brewery did take advantage of this temporary outdoor business expansion program. With the reduction in capacity in the upcoming cold weather, we're all scrambling in all of our different areas because we know these numbers are going to rise. So staff is developing guidelines for equipment approved by the state and local jurisdictions to accommodate outdoor seating, which could include tents, heaters, lighting, fire prevention equipment, and so forth. Businesses that are most likely to take advantage of this outdoor expansion capabilities are restaurants. On November 1, so yesterday, the Colorado Restaurant Foundation released a new Colorado Outdoor Winter Dining Grant for up to $10,000 for restaurants. Adams County also has a winterization mini grant for $5,000. I would note that Adams County only has $240,000 left of all of their mini grants for the entire county. So that's very few that are going to actually be awarded. And again, they have 6 different mini grants. And the reason why I bring this up is both the Colorado and the Adams County mini grants for winterization programs do not allow any corporately owned or national chain businesses to participate. Our grants from the beginning have always been for the small businesses, and corporate owned were not ever allowed in there. However, I'd like council to consider corporately owned businesses, and this is the reason why. We have about 25 national restaurants that could benefit from the businesses back grant for PPE, equipment, space modification, and especially for the winterization grant funding. Many of these restaurants are really large sales tax producers for our city and contribute to hundreds of jobs in our city. So think about the restaurants that I already said were participating, but think about Applebee's, Red Lobsters, Black Eyed Pea, Cafe Rio, Gunther Tootie's, Longhorn, Perry's Pizza, Tzatziki's, and more. This doesn't include also the fast food restaurants because I don't think they're going to actually take advantage of it. So in realistic terms, I only think maybe 15 national restaurants would actually take advantage of this. And that's also including because they may not have space in their parking lots to be able to accommodate for this. So staff would like to discuss their interest in expanding the BIB grant to include corporately owned restaurants. Staff's recommendation and council's consideration would be to extend the deadline to December 11th at 5 p.m. That's under the Adams County guidelines. We are allowed to provide that through December 11th instead of December 4th, as we had thought before. Include a winterization category to our BIB grant. Increase maximum funding from $5,000 to $10,000. And the reason why we're asking that to be increased so dramatically is one, again, there was a lot of companies that weren't able to take advantage of increasing over $5,000. And the types of equipment that's going to be needed if restaurants use is allowed under the winterization grant funding, that equipment is very, very expensive. We've done research on this. The types of tents that are required, the way they're actually put into the ground, the fire codes that have to be done, the electrical. I mean, there is so much expense for them to actually be working outside. That's why all the organizations are trying to again, scramble to find ways to keep our restaurants open throughout Colorado. And then also number 4, again, would be to include corporately owned restaurants to the eligibility list for the business improvement, the businesses back grant. So that is what I have for tonight. I'd love to hear comments and suggestions on those recommendations.
Councilmember Malika?
Sure, yeah. So I'm just getting tired. I'm gonna just
I know. I hate
Sorry,
being the
guys.
last one on it.
I know, it's the last one, but it's an important conversation. So thank you, Debbie, for bringing it back to us. I agree with adding in winterization as a category. You know, I'm still a little hesitant about allowing those national chains to get money. But to be honest with you guys, what I would really like to see, so we have a 271,000 left. I'd actually like to see like 100,000 of that go to that Adams County rental assistance fund for residents, because that was definitely a need. The money ran out. I feel like there's some need there too. So I just threw that out there. Thanks.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this one? Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I absolutely understand the need for businesses to figure out what weatherization looks like. I think as it gets colder and colder, I think it's going to be even more difficult to get folks to be able to dine indoors safely. So I really appreciate you, Debbie, bringing this idea to us. I heard on a CC4CA call recently, I think it's Mountain Village or maybe it's Telluride, but one of those two cities is actually taking gondola cars and turning them into outdoor spaces for restaurants. And granted, we don't have gondola cars, but I'll be really interested to see how folks get creative with this funding. And I think I'm also really sensitive to what Councilmember Mullica said, just in terms of some of the more like national corporate partners. You know, they certainly do, you know, provide a tax base, but I guess I'm just really more concerned about our local franchise businesses and our local businesses, and you know, would almost be willing to up the grant a bit more to support those folks in particular. And so I don't know if there's a compromise where we could do that. And I also wonder if there's some additional funding that we can put in towards the housing assistance program, because I think we're kind of in this tough place right now where there hasn't been additional federal action. You know, folks don't have stimulus support, and all of that, you know, all of those financial resources that were out there at the beginning of the pandemic are just really drying up. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to kind of, you know, support our local businesses, but also support keeping our residents in Northglenn. So thank you.
Debbie, can I ask you, I know the governor put together something with the Colorado Restaurant Association Winter Outdoor Grant Program.
Right.
That's in addition to this, right? This is different?
Yes, as well as the Adams County Winterization Grant, which is $5,000. So if I did do some research on the Colorado Outdoor Winter Dining Grant today, they have some pretty strict guidelines, and they have very limited funds, and they're actually going into their foundation. So foundation, they're 501c3 organizations. They're asking large organizations such as Excel and large corporations to actually donate money into that foundation to be used for funding for restaurants. So again, this is statewide. So how many of our Northglenn businesses are actually going to be taking advantage of it? It's unknown. And then the $5,000 for the winterization mini grant is great with Adams County, but with only $240,000 left of all of their 6 grants that they put in place, and now they've put in a rent grant, which I think is going to actually deplete almost everything. I can tell you the rent grant has been a lot of Northglenn companies have taken advantage of it because we got out in front of them first. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of funding, quite frankly, and honestly, through those two funds for our Northglenn businesses. I guess I would also add is if we're not interested in doing the restaurants, right? I don't see other organizations, other businesses really taking advantage of that program. And the reason being is, again, they don't have outdoor space. You know, you talk about the little, I don't know, let's just say Atlanta Bread is a franchisee. They probably could do it, you know, because they have the marketplace, right? But if you talk about a Taco Star, there's not any parking space out there for them to actually expand out to. So if you look at the little guys, you know, the little businesses that we have been funding through all of our different grant programs, the restaurants, the majority of them are not going to be able to take advantage of the winterization dining grant because they're not going to be able to expand out into the sidewalks or the parking lots like the big companies, the big national companies that can. So if that was the case, I would say we probably don't add the winterization grant at all if we're not going to include corporate national restaurants. That would be my recommendation.
Okay. Councilmember Goff and then Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess when I look at the numbers, we haven't spent half of the original amount in the last, 4 or 5 months, and we've got 1 month left. So I think certainly increasing the amount, including the winterization, I think that's a good idea. I mean, I think it would be terrible for this deadline for us to reach this deadline and then have money that we have to give back because we didn't use it. So I think I do support this program, and I hope that if there were funds left by your December 11th deadline, if we could have some way or some place to, designate that, to use that for some kind of COVID relief, whether it's, a rental assistance program or giving it to Northglenn Foundation or something, just so we don't have to give it back. I don't know how that works, but.
Councilmember Brown.
I have a question and then a comment. Debbie, what restaurants actually took their business outside? I don't see Black Eyed Pea, IHOP, Gunther Tootie's, or even Texas Roadhouse that made an attempt to move their seating outside even during the warm months. Why do we think that they would do that during the winter months?
Good point. Texas Roadhouse does have a tent over on the side, so you'll see that if you drive over there. So they have been doing that. Cracker Barrel, the Glen, they didn't have to do much, but they had to they did have to apply for temporary outdoor business expansion, but they had that big patio. So they were able to actually expand out there, which some businesses didn't have. Periodic Brewery went out of business, as you know. Bad Daddy's actually expanded more into their patio area than what they normally would have done. So was it taken advantage of? It was. The only company so far, because we did extend it to that program until March 31st, the only program so far that's asked for an extension is Texas Roadhouse. Not to say that Cracker Barrel would be a perfect company to do that. And the guidelines that Tri-County State have is that these big tents, they have to be two-sided. They have to be hollow in the middle, so they have to be a tunnel, right? There are different creative ways, Councilmember Wilford, that people are looking at, like igloos and greenhouses and all kinds of different fun stuff to try to accommodate for outside seating. The heating elements can't be inside by fire code. So again, there's major expenses with electrical and heating units that can actually heat the tents. I don't know, I'll be honest with you, but I do think, and again, our staff really does feel that, with the cold weather coming up, in order to accommodate 25%, right? And 25% is hardly anything in all of our big businesses when you look at that, to try to adapt. Texas Roadhouse, I did talk to them. just a week ago, and they are interested in the outside seating. So we talked to them specifically that we're extending it, which we now have. They have room on that backside that they could put up a tent. They just hadn't done it yet. So I think as we start moving into the cold weather, and because of the limitations of 25% now, I think more businesses will take advantage of it. And again, like I said, the county, the state, all the city municipalities are all struggling right now and scrambling to try to figure out how do we keep our restaurants open, at least at 25% with extension of the outside seating.
Okay. My other thing is kind of like my own personal agenda. I really thought we did a great job at the Boo drive-through on Friday. And I did, I'm very thankful that we all, worked hard to get the free flu shots up there from Safeway. I don't think that, one of the things Diana and I were talking about is that it really wasn't widely publicized. I would like to use some of that money to do a more focal free flu shots for our low income, our people that don't have insurance, things like that. Because, Governor Polis has come out and said and told us so many times how important it is to get those. And as I talked before, the price can be very high, depending on where you go, if you don't have insurance. So I still would like to pursue that a little bit more. But I am in favor of winterizing. I understand what you're saying. We don't have a lot of small restaurants, I get that. So I guess I would be also in favor of national chains if you gave me my flu shot money.
Heather?
So I need to jump in here because flu shots aren't an eligible CARES Act funding expense. So certainly if council wants to provide direction to me for me to work with staff and come back with a plan of how we can provide funding for flu shots, we can look at that. But it's not as simple as, what we provided on Friday night. So we can't use CARES Act funding for.
Okay, I would never pull away from this council meeting to, discuss that if we can't use CARES fund money. I would love for us as a community to do something though, but I'll save that for a later time.
Councilmember Peterson?
I like all 4 amendments and agree to them going back to the issue at hand, and would love to move forward with it.
Councilmember Rickowicz?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with most of the recommendations to extend the grant, to add the winterization, to include corporately owned restaurants. I might not be okay with increasing the grant to 10,000. I would maybe suggest keeping it 5,000. That way, I agree with Councilmember Mullica about throwing more money at the Adams County rental assistance. I would hate to have money left over that the restaurants aren't using. And I think we know that if we put the money into the rental assistance program that it will be used. So that's kind of where I am.
I'm going to agree with Ashley 100%. Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess what I'm wondering is if we are going to put some money into the Adams County Rental Assistance Program and then put some money towards weatherization, is there a date in mind, Debbie, by which you can, I guess, give us a heads up, hey, we've got a week left or 2 weeks left and we're still sitting on $100,000 so that we can kind of make a different game plan, whether that be, doing another gift card buy or something. I think it's really important that we don't send any money back.
Absolutely. We do. We get an update every Thursday. So that's not a problem at all. In fact, those are great ideas. I can tell you, Councilmember Wilford and also Melika, those were 2 ideas that we pulled out too, was they loved one. First of all, I said the housing, because I think that's really important and we ran out of money. And then the other suggestion that we had was at the very end, infusing into the restaurants money at the last minute For those restaurants would be really great, and it would be quick and easy to get that implemented. So those were great ideas.
Council, Heather.
Real quick, because there have been several comments about funding the rental program at a greater level. So as a reminder, council committed $320,000 to Maker Housing for their program. And that amount was based off of Maker's request and ability to actually get those applications processed. So I can have Rupa check with Maker tomorrow and see if they can accommodate more funding, and we'll need to bring that amount back to. Rupa also has texted me that she and Jessica have been in discussion with Almost Home, and they may be in need of funding for a rent and mortgage assistance program. So we could set aside some funds from this program to assist with that. So all of that said, we can follow up Monday night on Maker if they have the ability to do more in terms of rental and mortgage assistance. And if it sounds like Rupa and Jessica would be able to bring something forward Monday night for Almost Home. So I'm just finding this out. I'm sorry, but it's relevant to this discussion. So those two pieces would take additional monies and put that towards rental and mortgage, which would decrease somewhat of the pot that Debbie has available. So wanted to share that with you.
So a thought might be that we extend it to December 11th. We allow the outdoor winter dining grant up to $5,000, all of them still at $5,000, not to exceed, and allow the corporately owned restaurants to participate. I think, then we could probably spend maybe another $125,000 with that said, and still have some money left over. If we wanted to expand the amount, like right now, if the average grant is $3,000, let's just say, and we kept it at $5,000, we could serve another 66 businesses.
Councilmember Peterson.
I was just going to say real quick, one of the things to see if there's any difference or surplus of funds with what we might be doing with your 4 amendments here, Debbie, is maybe we don't have the deadline so far off, such as December 11th, right? Maybe we tighten that up or say, on a week-to-week basis, right? Almost, or, even something along those lines. So if we do have the liberty to do some more towards the end, we have as a council more wherewithal to do that. Maybe bring that deadline up, right, a little bit more so we can be absolutely sure if we're not cutting it too close. Just a potential suggestion.
Maybe we ended at November 30th. That's what we've been doing. It was September 30th, October 30th, and this would be November 30th. We would know how much money at the end of November that would still be available. I guess the only question I would have is, again, we can give you an update every week. And if we're, exceeding more than you'd like us to, meaning that you want some left over, then you'd need to tell us that as well. I just from the conversations I've had with Rupa, I think there is some discussion with Maker Homes specifically around how much they can serve. I remember that conversation because that is one of the recommendations I've made. The other thing is, I'll tell you what, giving rent money to our businesses is the #1 choice that they want. So over all the winterization and all the PPE and everything else, it's rent. So just as a throw it out there.
Councilmember Goff.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to kind of add to the Maker Housing Fund. What was explained to the homelessness task force, or I can't remember now exactly where, I'm kind of tired too, that we thought they couldn't take our money because they were so backlogged. And then they figured out how to work through the backlog so they could take our money, but that was only for Northglenn residents that had already applied. So they weren't taking any new applications. So I'm not sure, you know, we'd have to look into that, but it didn't really sound like they have the ability, at least at that point, to take any new applications or to help anybody new out.
That's correct.
Councilmember Malika?
So it seems like we just need to get a better sense of what Maker is available to do, plus the other resources that Rupa is going to look into. So I think that's great. I think I'm okay with moving forward with Debbie's plan, with capping the grants at 5,000 and then allowing the national change to go out there, and then really just kind of evaluating week on week as we find where this money might be able to also go to benefit residents for rental and mortgage assistance. I think that would be an amazing win-win because we really, I feel like there's such a need there. I mean, Maker stopped at getting applications, so there's that much need in our community to put any extra money we have towards that effort. So I appreciate that.
Okay, and Joyce supports increasing the amount, supporting corporate, and extending the deadline. Councilmember Brown?
I just have a really quick question. Debbie, can you refresh my memory of how much we gave out on businesses that needed rental assistance?
Yeah, I can. We had 128 businesses and we gave out almost 500,000.
Okay.
129 businesses, excuse me. And we gave out 494,271.
Thank you.
Okay, so Debbie, do you have what you need to move forward?
I do. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Are there any other items for council? No? Okay. I hope you all have a great night. This meeting is adjourned.